to start recording. Ha, there we go. Alright, now we're recording. So yeah, we're trying to get all that, the flavor in, just to make the people have a little more kick behind them. And we'll do a little things, a few tweaks to make the AI a little smarter as well, just so they don't act like robots every single time, or at least so they do something smarter that makes them not look like they're walking from point to point. So I'm going to pull up the game, and we're going to look at all the components that make up a person right now. So obviously there's the sprite itself, right? And even the movement can be counted as something that, counts as part of the person. And you'll notice he had some very erratic movement, and it's because our system currently is walking them from the origin of one Verneuil point to the rest. The problem with that being that the Verneuil points aren't the center of these polygons. They can actually be pressed up right against each other. So there could be a Verneuil point here, and there could be another one here. And so if he wants to walk, say, from here to here, he'd go here, he'd go down, and then he'd go all the way over to this side, which is bizarre, before walking to this new point. So what we're going to do AI-wise is hopefully make them walk edges instead, so that they're less likely to do these funny routes that take them all over the place. Other things, so the sprite itself could use a little work. Right now they're just like, I'm a generic human being, woo! We can do a little more to work with that and make that a little bit better. Where'd he go? He's hiding in that shack as he drops off. Also, you'll notice I added names to the actual stats window, which is nice. But it'd also be nice to have a little more information as to what they are currently doing, like their current job. Adding a job name would be good. Also, it probably is worth our time to go in and do things like make them sleep at night. Actually go, add a house and make them go into that house at night, so that they act like real human beings instead of just passing out on the ground the moment they run out of stamina. Noticing, oh hey, I'm getting tired, and then going home should be kind of a normal thing. And I'm not really sure if I want to enforce day-night cycles for some of these people. It might be worth it to have, maybe some more productive people who are up at crazy hours, and then to have some less productive people who, sleep a lot. It might be worth our time to do that. So there's a bunch of stuff we can do to make these NPCs more reasonably human-like. And why don't we start in on kind of the most obvious thing for me is just the way they walk. First off, he's moving kind of fast because I think I left his debug speeds turned on. So let's turn that down. Good morning, folks. I see a good number of people have now joined us in chat. Glad to have you all with me. For those who are, new to the channel, I'm making a survival RTS. Something along the lines of a Banished, except the world is trying to actively kill you. Let's see, what was I doing again? I always love this. I start a thought, I go change thoughts, and then I come back and I've completely forgotten what I was starting with. Right, we were getting the pathfinding fixed up. So the most obvious thing we can do here, and that might not have actually been what I started out doing, that's the best part, is here we have the standard A-star function that I use, and let's see here, right here is where we reconstruct the path. You'll notice I use a goto. I've already thrown a big rant together on my use of goto. If you want to watch that, there's a YouTube channel linked below where you can see a lot of my previous streams when I don't forget to record, of course. So the first big thing is that all these points, I'm just using origin, and we need to stop that. We need to actually go and use edges, specifically edges between the two cells that we want him to walk between. So we already have kind of the current path node that we're working on, and that's good and all. But we also need to grab the other cell on the other side so that we can find the edge that matches them and figure out the best spot for them to walk across. I would like them to walk across kind of the, I guess I call it the closest point on the edge, just so they make kind of a shortest path. We can do a little cleanup on it later, but for now, it's nice to have something a little more logical than the way they currently walk, at least. So first we got to figure out who we're headed towards, and you can see we're headed towards current. Let's see, so we need to know where we're coming from as well, so that we can find kind of the matching cell on the other side. Let's see here. So when current equals the end cell, because remember, we have to insert all the points backwards, because we go A star finds the path, and once you're at the end point, you reconstruct the path backwards from end point to beginning point. It's just kind of the way that A star works, or at least it's an easy way to do it. You could construct the path forwards, but for us, it's easy enough to construct it backwards. In fact, it's a little bit easier even to construct it backwards, because everybody is pointing at their parent. So having a current node and just following the current node's parent backwards, and then setting the current node to the new parent, is the easiest way to just follow it back to where we are going in the first place. So, how do we find our current cell? Or not the current cell. I keep saying that, but that's not true. We need to find the neighbor cell that you are coming from. So if we are at the end, and we are headed towards, let's see, not the, we're headed toward the end's parent, so we want the parent cell. So we're going to grab the parent cell like that, and because we already have parent cell here, we can just do this. Nice and easy. I love me some Cowboy Bebop music. Good stuff. I really, really need to go back and watch that. It's been far too long since I've seen that. Of course, that requires me to have free time, and right now, I have very little. Which is why, and I apologize again for not being able to stream yesterday. You know, I was happy I was able to get stuff done, but it just wasn't long enough periods of time. I had like 15 minutes here, 10 minutes here, another 5 minutes here, another 15 here. It just wouldn't have been an interesting or long enough stream to have been worth it. Okay, so we're going to go into our current cell, and we need to look through all the edges, and we need to find the edge that matches our current cell. Or sorry, find the edge that matches the parent. And I'm hoping that there is some kind of helper class in the cell graph to do this. If not, we can just write one. It does not look like there is one. So we're just gonna cell edge pointer, get cell edge from, let's see here. We want the current cell and the, I guess we'll just call it the neighbor. And if you guys have any questions, you know, for, those of you who have been around for a while now know I encourage questions. I love having you guys ask me things, because not only does it make me think a little bit more, but it also sometimes causes me to realize things that I might not have recognized otherwise. So you might wonder why I'm moving that to the bottom. I like to have the more in-depth helper functions living near the bottom. So get cell is a pretty simple function, versus get vertex position and get cell position. Those are a little bit more complex, and then getting the cell height is a little more complex once again. And getting the cell edge, I think, is one of the more complex, or most complex things that I'm doing. So, I'm putting it near the bottom, not just for complexity's sake, but also because having newer things lower down tends to help me. And I should make the style of all of this match. I feel kind of bad. My partner spends a lot of time fighting with my style sometimes. He is not a fan of as much white space as I clearly am. So, we need to look through every edge in the current cell and we're going to essentially just check if the neighbor happens to match. So let's see here. We need to do a few things real quick. We need to say current cell edge indices I. So this should, indices. So this is going to be an index. So we need to go into the edge array and grab the edge whose index matches. There we go. And this will give us a cell. And we now need to essentially check for the other cell existing. So if cell 1 index, so we also need to ensure that both, we don't actually need to ensure that both. We could ensure that both neighbors match, but we don't really have to, since we're going to assume that the current cell's edge indices array, excuse me, gosh, there we go, that should be better. We're going to kind of assume that the edge indices array for our current cell is accurate. So we're not really too worried. Neighbor cell index. So if that matches, or if the, actually, I'm just going to move the cell edge to its own thing, because we're using a lot of data from the inside of it. There we go. That looks nice and clean. And that'll let me move this to the same line. So essentially, if either of the indices matches our neighbor cell, which was passed in, this is the cell edge we were looking for. Now, of course, we have this error state. You can pass in two completely unattached cells, and you will never find a matching cell edge there. And in that case, we have to do this null pointer return. Null pointer is a good error return in a lot of cases. You'll see me returning that a lot in terms of something that we just, it's easy to check for, and also it's a good error state that kind of matches a lot of things. Any pointer, you can have a null pointer return, and the compiler won't complain, there are no warnings, it matches. Okay, so we've got our get cell edge, so we're gonna come back down. In fact, this can be marked constant now that I'm thinking about it, because it doesn't modify the cell graph. Now, keep in mind, even though I'm marking this constant, we can still mess with our cell edge. I'm not saying it's a constant cell edge pointer. I'm just saying that the getCellEdge function itself does not modify anything within the cell graph. So even though you can modify something deeper in the tree, you can't modify something in the tree itself. Always a helpful thing to keep in mind when you're doing work like this. Alright, so here's our matching thing. And we're just going to grab the cell edge pointer now, using that cell graph. Of course, oh, no, cell graph is this. Get, let's see here. So, the neighboring edge, get cell edge between our current and the parent cell. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. So I could do error checking right here, right? We could go through and say, okay, if the neighbor, the neighboring edge is not a null pointer. But at this point, because we've walked through the graph, we know that these are adjacent to one another. We don't really have to worry about that. So we're going to forego a little bit of error checking here. It's a little bit unsafe because if we change the structure of our cells, then, we might cause some trouble. But for now, this is a good thing. This is a fine thing for us to do. And this might come back and bite us later. I hope it won't. So now we've got the edge between the two. Let's see here. So the other thing to keep in mind is that we need some kind of point that is going to serve as our kind of our last known point. We'll call it the previous waypoint, and it starts with the most obvious waypoint, right? Our goal. So from the goal, let's see, we're going to look at the neighboring edge, and the neighboring edge gives us 2 points, which we're going to use like a line, and we can do a simple check to see where the closest point on this line is to our position. And if you want to look up the math on it, it's essentially you're finding the 90-degree point between this point and this line here, and where it is 90 degrees, that is going to be your closest point to that line that the point is sitting from. It's an interesting bit of math, but not too terribly difficult. And luckily, I thought I saw something in the engine. Yeah, distance point to line. Fantastic. Let's see. Q, S, and V are some of the most useless variable names I've ever seen written. I swear, sometimes this engine author is just like trying to goad us into rage. I'm looking up the engine API distance, what was it? Distance point to line. Sigh. Guys, if you ever become programmers, or if you currently are programmers, please do the world and every other programmer here a favor. Don't use single letter variable names. Just don't. Use nice, verbose, long names. We're not at the point anymore where hard drive space is at a premium. In fact, hard drive space is kind of a throwaway thing at this point. I've got a 3 terabyte drive attached to my network because, right? So actually it holds all the videos from my wonderful stream people who are watching. But the big idea is that you don't care about hard drive space anymore. If a CPP file gets huge, it's not going to make your executable huge, and it doesn't ever slow down your program or cause any kind of performance problems. This is just, the name is literally for the programmers. The reason we give it a name like that is so that we can read our own code. That's it. That's the only reason, that aside from the obvious stuff, that you would want like any kind of variable name to exist. Make it readable, make it obvious what that function is of that variable. So if it holds, I don't know, if it holds names, call it a name list, or if it's an array, then call it a name array. There's no reason not to. It doesn't hurt anything. Get in that habit quickly, and you will find that your not only do your interviewers love it when you sit there and write out big long names on a whiteboard, but your coworkers will love it because they can easily look at your code, understand what's going on, and they don't have to sit there and fight through every little bit of it. So, documentation, sorry, end rant. Documentation says Q is the point. I assume that's the point to line that we're finding the distance of. S is the origin of the line. That's a funny term. Technically, lines go on forever in both directions, so an origin is daunting. And then the direction of the line. That's going to be the easy one. Okay, so we want, let's see here. No, I can't really keep both on the screen at the same time, can I? Okay, so Q, this is our previous waypoint. Because remember, we're trying to find the shortest distance from wherever you are currently standing to somewhere on the line segment we're going to have to clip this line down a little bit to a line segment. But we want to find the closest point on the line segment to bring that in. So we have our previous waypoint. S was the origin, I think? Yes, the origin S of the line. I assume that can just be any point on the line. So let's just give it, let's see here, the neighboring edge, vertex 1 index. Sure, we'll give it one of the vertices, because that's all we should really need. So once again, notice the function name is called getVertPosition. Vert can mean a bunch of things. It can mean vertical, it can mean vertex, it can be vertices. Longer names are better. In this case, I know that it means getVertexPosition, despite the fact that it's called getVertPosition. But this is something that if someone else were to look at our code, they'd see vert position, and they might kind of, some things are obvious because of your context. So POS is a good position. We know it doesn't mean piece of shit or, you know, any other acronyms that POS could come with. So POS is a good acronym, but vert is not so much because it can mean a whole bunch of stuff. Alright, so we get the vertex position, and then V was weird. V was, it was the direction of the line. That shouldn't be difficult to calculate either. But I'm going to calculate that outside of this. So we're going to say, C4 vector 2D, the edge direction. We're going to get the vertex position of the first index, and then subtract it from. Actually, I'm going to swap that just for standard's sake. You usually don't do 1 minus 2, you usually do 2 minus 1. It's it's 2 index. There we go. Oop. Also, that's capsed. There we go. Usually, when you want to find the distance from one point to another, it's the end point minus the origin. So think of, we want a line that goes from 0, 0 to 1, 1, right? That's our easiest example. So if you want a line that points in that direction, you actually do 1, 1 minus 0, 0. And that comes out to a vector that points in 1, 1, which is the direction we want. It's kind of an easy way to remember that. There we go. And this will give us a float. What is that float? Returns the perpendicular distance. So this actually isn't doing what I wanted it to, now that I think about it. I just realized we're finding the distance from the point to the line. What we want to do is find the closest point on the line to another point. So this function has to do that, but it also has to do some other stuff. So let's find, let's find this function and dissect its innards to get what we need out of it. Okay. Q minus S. Okay, they're doing some fancy math here. Maybe this isn't as useful as I thought it might be. The distance between two lines, squared distance between some lines. Okay. Let's see. Once again, see, this is where these little variable names are hurting me right now. I am foreign to this engine in that I didn't write any of this code. And I'm looking at this, and what is DQS? Okay, it's probably the difference between Q and S. And then we multiply the difference between Q and S by V. And what's V again? V is that directional vector, I think. Yeah, that's what that directional vector is. And remember, if when we do this multiplication, we're doing essentially matrix multiplication, I believe. Yeah, between these two, which, or no, is this a dot product? I think this is a dot product. Okay. So that gives us KP. And, like, okay, what does KP stand for? I don't know. This is something I would call poorly written in this case, because I don't understand what any of this means. This is just hard math followed by some funky names. And then I kind of understand what's going on here. Remember, distance is, you end up with a squared plus b squared equals c squared. So essentially, it looks like we found the three sides of the triangle, and we're using those three sides to find the length of the shortest side between the point and the line. Not the end of the world, it's just not helpful to us, or as helpful as we would like it to have been. So, I'm just going to do a little Googling here. And I know there's a lot of code that does this. It's find closest point on the line to another point. There we go. And hey, look, there's a math stack exchange that does this. We're actually going to try and cheat a little bit. And by throwing in the language name, usually you can pretty easily find what you need. Alright, so here we go, right? This closest point along the line, and then you can see there's a correction down here. So we just need to make sure that that ends up in there. Alright, so we're just going to copy this, and this is something I think should live in our game utility. So we're going to do, Chakma asks, do you look for the closest point on a line segment or a line? If you look for the closest point on a line, you can clamp it to the line segment that you give. So for example, gosh, I'm trying to think of a good example, but essentially there's an easy, a fairly good and easy way to find the fractional distance you are between the 2 points that you've given. Because remember, we said the origin was one vertex, and the distance, or the direction, was a vector to the other point. So now consider this our 0 and this our 1. We can find the fractional distance between these. And if the fractional distance goes beyond 1, we clamp it back to 1. And if the fractional difference goes below 0, we clamp it back to 0. And so that keeps us, even though the line may do this, it keeps us on our line segment, which is much smaller. I also like how I did my hand sideways and tilted my head to match. Don't know why I did that. Alright, so get random point and triangle, floor to int. Let's just, we'll keep that. I should have just deleted things, but whatever. And we need to, because, you know, the person's code that we took is all very generic vector classes. We just convert it over to the stuff we need. Also, let's see, line from and line to. So that's actually going to be a point 2D. A lot of people don't think about it much. But there is a difference between points and vectors. Think of a point as an absolute position somewhere in the world. You know, your butt sitting in a chair is a point. The point you're looking at on your monitor is a point. But the distance something is, or I should say the difference between you and something, is a vector. So the distance between me and the camera is a vector. And you can take that vector and transpose it anywhere in the world, and it will continue to have the same value. It will continue to be that same distance from my nose to that camera. But the camera itself is a fixed point, and I am a fixed point. So those should be points while the distances should be vectors. It's kind of a minor point to make, but it's a good one to keep in mind still, because you really don't want to muck those up, because it can make a pretty big difference. And because of the way this function's written, I'm actually going to move around the arguments a little bit, because I like having the point come first and then putting in the line parts. Just kind of makes a little more sense to me. So okay, there's that. Also, I just realized, there we go, closest point along the line. And I'm going to say along the line segment, because I'm going to do the clamping, even if he wasn't doing that. So see, long names can kind of make things a little bit difficult sometimes, but it's always worth it. Always, always, always. Like I said, that is a habit that you should really get into as a programmer, and it's one you should hang on to. So it's after this. Okay. Thank you, Visual Studio. I needed that deleted. I just realized that I copied and pasted over what was in my clipboard, so I'm just going to copy that back and pump it out here. And since I've made some changes, I also need to make those changes here. I also, remember, there was a fix here. If you ever, so when you take code from someone else, be careful of a few things. One, make sure it works. Two, make sure that the place you take it from is a place that you're allowed to take code from. So something like C++'s forums have an interesting license that essentially says if it's posted in a forum, you're kind of allowed to learn from the same lesson and use the same code. Now, you don't want to jump into someone's like private GitHub and start taking code, or you know, jump into some company's public header files and start taking code. You have to be very careful of copyright stuff in that case. But in our case, luckily, we're taking from a very public place where the code is made freely available. And so in most cases, that tends to be an alright place to kind of steal code from. Now, I say stealing, it's not actually stealing. It's just kind of making use of someone else having written a fairly common thing. Let's see here. There we go. And now that I renamed this variable, I need to rename that, that, that. You can see also how I'm expanding everything. I really want to make sure here that, also we don't need the Z component, luckily. Let's hang on to all their code before we start breaking things down. There we go. So they have a function called toUnitVector. For us, that's actually just called normalize. Alright. C is point. I changed that because I don't like C. C is too arbitrary. It doesn't mean anything. Okay. And I'm going to keep everything in vector 2Ds because I can. C4 has a dot. There we go. Although dot products, what is going on here? Because dot products always return floating point numbers. So why, oh why, is it returning a 2D vector? That doesn't make a ton of sense. This should probably be a float. And okay, what's capital V? I don't even remember capital V from their code. Probably a typo. That's really my only assumption here. Yeah, I'm not finding. It's probably between U and V. And this is... Okay, I'll leave the bad numbers for now. And I'm going to throw a breakpoint in here. And we'll do one last step. After we do our last bits of cleanup. X, lowercase y, and you'll notice I'm keeping a lot of the code around, even though I don't like a ton of it. For now, it's better to have either a reference to the original, like what I have right here, than it is to actually have my own code, because we haven't even tested that this works yet. So if we do something that breaks it, we want to make sure that we can quickly and easily go back to something that we know does work. Computer, why did you make that crazy noise? Don't know. Whatever. Alright. So, let's see here. This looks correct at this point. We're not doing the clamping yet. But I just kind of want to make sure that this works more than anything else. So why don't we get this function inserted into our pathfinding, and then from there, once it's in our pathfinding, we can hopefully pretty easily get what we need out of the rest of it. So it's game utils closest point. Oh, also... Okay, this says it returns a point 2D. Let's just make sure that that matches, otherwise the compiler will complain at us in a little bit. Yeah, this looks good. Alright, back to our cell. Hello Criteria Games, and all the other people who have been joining us. I mean, I think, we're up to 28 viewers now? That's fantastic. I'm glad to have so many of you joining me. Like I keep saying, for those who are joining for the first time, this is an RTS/survival game, kind of in the line of a Banished that is a lot more hostile, or like SimCity that's trying to kill you. That's kind of what I'm aiming for here. Imagine managing like a post-apocalyptic settlement where all your supplies are running low. That's what we're going for here. Anyway, Criteria Games asks, do you know where I could learn C++ for free? I've been trying to find places online, but hardly any places teach it. So I learned my C++ from a community college. I started with C and then moved up to C++ at that point. That, I think, was a great... It's not exactly free, but it's a good option. If you don't have a community college nearby that offers such a thing, I would then say your next best bet... I mean, it really depends on what you want to learn C++ for. If you want to learn it for game development, there are kind of easy and, well, I guess I won't call them easy, but there are definitely ways to learn C and C++ in the game design context. I know a lot of tutorials out there, and I know there's definitely a lot of content. You could watch Handmade Hero. Oh, I keep forgetting the guy's name. Casey something. Let's see here. Where is his name? Casey Muratori. He's worked with Jonathan Blow on The Witness, and he's a really smart guy. Some of his technique is a little rusty in my opinion. He uses some old-fashioned coding styles, but it's a really good series. And I would say, especially if you can subscribe to it, he gives out his source code so you can follow along as he programs, and he's doing everything from scratch. I'm talking, he's doing his own software renderer, he's doing his audio, he's doing everything from scratch. So that's a good way to learn game programming all around in one shot. Granted, yeah, as Chakma says, he's also doing it mostly in C. It's not actually C++ in a lot of places. Yeah, I've never actually tried learncpp.com. That looks like a good spot, though. Ooh, looks very well formatted. I definitely like it. Just skip the Hungarian notation, because nobody uses that crap anymore. It was invented in 1972, and it should be well dead at this point. I just don't use Hungarian notation. Just don't. Modern IDEs have made Hungarian notation completely pointless. Yeah, so he does a lot of things that I kind of disagree with, and yeah, part of doing it from scratch is, yes, he locks himself to Windows, and while, yes, he could do some extra work to make it more open platform accessible, he doesn't, because he's just a limited amount of time and there's a lot he needs to get done. So obviously it kind of actually makes sense for him to skip out and keep to only one operating system. And besides, who uses anything other than anything other than Windows? I mean, I guess I know there are Mac users out there, don't get me wrong, and Linux users, I guess, but if you are going to be programming games, a majority of your work you will find comes out in Windows, unless you're doing something like, if you're a build engineer, you'll need some Unix experience. If you are, I'm trying to think of other game design things that come down to like Linux or Mac. A lot of artists will use Macs. Just personal preference there, though. There's a number of people who still use other operating systems, but as a programmer in the game industry, a majority of your work is done in Windows. It just kind of is how it is right now. Some of the best tools exist in Windows. I guess if you're, yeah, as TomZX says, also porting games, yes, whatever platform you're porting to, you tend to also need to you also tend to need to know that I'm failing at coming up with words right now for some reason. You need to be on that platform. There we go. Words. I said them. So we're grabbing our edge, and we're grabbing the first vertex, and then we grab our neighboring edge, and get our second vertex, and then, oops, I did these out of order. We need the point. Previous waypoint. And this is going to give us next waypoint. And you notice this whole thing goes off this screen, right? There's actually, let's make that 2D, just to make the world a little happier. So you notice this goes off the screen. This is getting a bit long for my tastes. So one thing we can do is this, right? The indentation lets us know that something wacky is going on here. We can also shorten some variable names to make life a little easier on us. Neighboring and neighbor are kind of similar enough that we don't really care. And that shortens down nicely. We might be even able to shorten this more. We could call this like the N edge, or we could call this, I don't know, the nay edge or something. I'm not the biggest fan of shortening stuff unless you can really help it. It also doesn't help that vertex 1 index and vertex 2 index are pretty long, but we'll just leave it on 2 lines like this so it's nice and easy. Makes it simpler for us. And so this is our new waypoint. We now don't really care so much about that anymore, about the old origin setup that we used. So that should, let's see what that does. Excuse me, it's really warming up in this house. Not the end of the world, but oof. Alright, much better. Got my nerd colors on, my kind of a old school faded button up. Right. Path array, that, the 2D waypoint and the elevation, and it is complaining in the linker, and I hate linker errors with a fiery passion, so bear with me as I figure out what the heck I have forgotten. Game utils closest point along line segment. There we go. I did not put this in the game utils namespace. And without putting that in the namespace, yeah, there we go. And just to kind of, let's see here, just for the sake of keeping with the style I said I would do, of having all my simple functions higher up, I'm just going to move that, and matchingly, we're going to move this up here. There we go. Okay, everything's up to date, everything's happy. Let's give her a spin. And let's just see, first off, I'm actually even going to go so far as to remove, no, I'm going to leave that breakpoint, because I want to see how that function specifically works. We're just going to load in a world. And tell him to go here. Let's see here. So TomZX asks, why do you not have a function or method that receives a point and an edge? Would certainly make your function less long. Because I'm trying to make this game utility function as kind of open and flexible as possible, I don't want to restrict it to points and edges. Just using the point to and from and the line to is good. I could make an overload of this that takes a point and an edge. But for now, that seems kind of like an unnecessary step for something like as simple as just shortening a line of text. Just moving it to 2 lines like that is kind of easier for us. So, let's see, I've got a bunch of garbage left over from work earlier. There we go. So our point, okay, so our point looks decent. And our vector to and vector from, okay, that's an interesting looking line. It's essentially a somewhat horizontal line. And our point is, let's see, x. And so we're actually coming from this at an interesting angle. It actually looks like we're coming at it from this angle, which should be interesting. Chakma asks, why don't you add it to the C4 math namespace or create your own mymath that inherits all of C4 math? So C4 math is a namespace, not a class. And because it's a namespace, you can't inherit from it. Now granted, I could add my stuff to the C4 namespace, but I don't want to add my stuff to his namespace, or I should say the engine's namespace, because it lets me know where this code exists. So that's why it's kind of living in this game utility class instead of in a C4 math or a game math namespace, is because I'm essentially telling myself where the code lives. If I put it in a C4 namespace, I would expect it to live in the engine somewhere. Versus, since it's in my game, it's kind of easier for me to know where it is. Also, I don't want to add it. I don't want to make any changes to the engine. So I guess I could make my own namespace. And that might not be the end of the world. But once again, it's kind of an unnecessary step. Having it all crammed into a game utility class, at least until the game utility class becomes too unwieldy. We don't want a bunch of little classes speckling our game for no reason. If we can mash a bunch of it into a single game utility class, it actually makes life a little easier for us, at least initially. We might have to do some cleanup later, like I said, if it becomes this monolithic, monstrosity. But in the meantime, we should be fine with where things exist as is. So, line from, line to. So here's our vector. And you can notice that, most of the change is going to be in that y direction, and very little change in the x. So, okay, then we grab v. Our dot is -0.3. So, okay, so remember, let's see, let's just bring up, so remember what I said, how this point looks, or the line looks something like this, right? And our point, I said, was somewhere up here. So if we extend this line, I'm so good at drawing. You guys have no idea. I should get paid to do this. So the closest point on this line to this point is actually where we are at 90 degrees. That line's not too bad. That's not the end of the world. So it's this point that has a 90-degree angle. God, I'm bad at this. I'm so incredibly bad at this. This is the closest distance from our point to the line, which means our closest point on the line is going to be here. Now, obviously, this isn't right for us, because our tile probably looks something like this, right? So this isn't a valid point inside of our cell anymore. So we need to clamp this value back into here. So that's what we're going to do, because you'll notice this W is way, way off of where we want to be. And this will probably mess with the way he walks too. It'll probably cause him to walk all over the place in weird spaces. Yeah, look at that. He kind of wanders through water and he does all these weird... Yeah, that's not the way we want to do this. So let's see here. Let's just add it in line. No, let's add it in line. C4 clamp. Good. Clamp exists here. We're clamping this value between 0 and 1. And that should keep us moving between the edges that we expect to be moving between. So let's see. If I make him move, let's try up here. So you'll notice he's walking on some pretty good edges. Not the best of edges I've ever seen him walk. In fact, it looks like he's having... Okay, he's having an interesting time walking between some of these, but it's working out pretty well. At some point we should go back through and do some kind of like math check on all this, but for now I think we're fine. Clamp it between 0 and 1, yes, that keeps us. And in fact, if we wanted to really double check what's going on here, what we could do there we go. We could do this. And this isn't really something that messes with the engine much, especially when we get down to like a level of optimization. Once we tell the engine, oh, don't do a debug build, do an optimized build, then it really won't care about that. Okay, so here's our line. Okay, line from, line to, right? Pretty obvious stuff. This point should be somewhere between these two lines. And I'm noticing that it isn't actually. It looks like something's going wrong here. Because you'll notice our line 2 starts at point 8. And our line from goes to minus 3.6. Ah, that was a good pop right there. And yet our closest point is actually still... The closest point is unfortunately looking like it's still generating bad data. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. What is going on here? Line from and line to with a comma separator? That doesn't fly. That kind of stuff, that does not fly here. So line from minus line to. Also, that's backwards. We should be doing destination minus origin. Okay. Line to minus line from. Minus line from. Okay, good. So here we were doing it right. We were subtracting the origin here. Also, I'm kind of amazed that this compiled. I have no idea what that would... I mean, obviously it was coming out to some kind of vector, but that really shouldn't have worked. I'm kind of amazed. Yeah, you guys in chat have it right. You know, shout out to Dek Karki and MTS Mox, because yeah, no, that did not look right in the slightest, and holy heck. Okay, we put that there. So he's gonna get to a tree somewhere and cut it down. And it looks like he's wandering right to it, and for some reason our function didn't get called. Let's put that up here. Alright. Okay, here we go. So it's now line 2 minus line from normalized. That looks like a good value right there. Okay, and just to open these up, here's our from and to vectors. And I'm really glad you guys can see this stuff now, especially my IntelliSense. Having that working is just absolutely lovely. Alright, so point from, okay, good. The math looks good. We are clamping it to 1, and that's fine. That happens actually fairly often. Walking to a tree doesn't currently use this function. No. It should. It's curious. It should be using this function as well. I don't know. I'll try and figure out that next. Remember, today's a bit of bug fixing as well as like behavioral fixing, so we have time to look through. We have time to look through and figure all this stuff out. So luckily, alright, so here's our closest point yet again. And if we look at our to and from, that still looks wrong. That still looks really wrong. Huh. Okay, line from and line to creates this line direction, which looks fine. And we need to normalize this. And this should be line from. Okay, let's see here. V and W looks clamped. And let's just kind of visualize what this should look like. I'm gonna see here. Is there really no clear? It's like Control A, delete. Okay, cool. By the way, guys, Control A is select all in pretty much everything you've ever used, which is fantastic. Just, you know, more hints and tips from me on how to use your system effectively. Learning your keyboard shortcuts makes you a much more effective programmer. To minus from, yeah, destination minus the origin. That gives us a line direction. And this line direction, that's valid, right? If we look at the from and the to, okay, that should be negative and the other should be positive. Yep. And then that V looks fine. Okay, let's remove some of our changes from this function and see if that fixes this up. So step one is let's remove the clamp, right? That was the first thing we added to this. Control T is a bizarre shortcut. Okay, line direction, closest point. Alright, so here's our from, here's our to. Closest point. Okay, this now looks valid. We're back into a land of having valid data. So clamping this W value was what was breaking our code. So Control T in Visual Studio swaps two characters' positions. Specifically, it swaps the character before the cursor to one forwards, and it moves the cursor one as well. You can also control, I think it's, crap, there's like Control T and Control Y? No. Control, something moves it back, but whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay, so the question becomes, why is this? Oh, it's because we normalized this vector. That's why. We need to, yeah, of course. And Higgsland has it, you need to normalize V, not the line direction. Yes. Very, very correct. Because the problem is, when we normalize line direction, as nice as it is to have that normalized, it now is messing with what the length of the line direction is. Because remember, we want the line direction to take up the entire edge, and we were only taking 1 unit length of that edge, which actually, because our scale is 0.1 pretty much, it means that our unit vector is actually longer than the edge itself. Not the end of the world, just a pain. And that's also what you get for taking someone else's code and not writing it yourself. Had I probably taken the time to write this myself by hand to look up the algorithm instead of look up someone else's code that follows the algorithm, we probably wouldn't have run into these, but it's an adventure, right? We are here for the journey as well as for the end product. Okay, so this should be much better. This should also force W into a 0 to 1 range. Or it should allow us to... Yeah, why does walking to a tree not use this function? That's so bizarre. That is a really good point, because it should be. Okay, so here's our line direction, and our line direction is correct. And, okay, V looks fine. W is 1.3. So that is a number we should be clamping. And let's just double check our closest point against our to and from to make sure that normalizing V instead of line direction didn't change anything. But you can see that the closest point matches, right? It's still within our 2 points. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Oh, and that is because, haha, okay. Let me, man, I really wish I had my tablet working right now. Can I use is there a line brush? There probably is, and I'm probably just not finding it. Whatever. So, say this is our edge. Let's make this... Say that's our edge, right? And here's our point. And our closest point to the edge is out here. What R is giving us, or not R, sorry, what the dot product is giving us, because this is, remember, this is, whoops, that's actually, that's not 0. That one is 1. And this one is 0. So what it's going to give us is a value, if it's between these two, say this is our closest point here, it's going to give us a value between 0 and 1. And I'm sorry, this is my, like, the most beautiful art I can really get here. The tools doesn't even have a frickin' line tool in it. I'm actually kind of amazed. Yeah, it's just painful. Anyway, back to my wonderful art. So if our closest point is somewhere on the edge, it's going to be a 0 or, nope, not control. Oh, there we go. Shift gives us the most, oh, okay. So I have to be very, very particular about my Nope, I can't get it to do... Oh, there we go. That is so incredibly difficult, though. Hey. Alright, so if this is our point, then W, which is the dot product, is going to return a number between 0 and 1, because it's this point where that 90-degree angle exists. And that's what the dot product is giving us, essentially. The fraction of the distance between 0 and 1, because remember, we normalized V. This is our V vector right here. Or I'm sorry, not V. This is our line direction. I'm just going to LD. There we go. And this is, let's see, minus line from. So this here is V. There we go. There's V, there's LD. And notice we're creating this like right triangle because that's what we want to do. We want to create a right triangle, and the dot product is giving us the fractional distance from 0 to 1 on LD that will give us a right triangle, or that will give us this closest point. Also happens to be a right triangle. The problem is, if the closest point is outside of this, it's going to give us this longer distance that goes outside 0 to 1. It's going to give us what in this case is 1.3, which is why I was doing that clamping before. So let's do that clamp again. Let's put that clamp back on here, because dot product loves it so much when you clamp it. Should I really mark this channel not for children? I don't know. Or I'm sorry, gosh, I feel so bad. I said a lot of that wrong. It's yes. MTS Mox has it right. It's projecting onto V, not onto LD, right? Yes, so my diagram, you turn it on its head and it would be correct. See, this is what I get when I sit here and talk, is that it takes me a little bit. Is that right? It's been so long since I've gone over some of these details. Anyway, point is that with this new code, and I'm just going to turn off this breakpoint because I'm going to assume this works, is that now, let's put this, wow, there's really no good like hiding spot. Oh, here we go. Here's a good space. Makes him walk around some things. So now we'll see him walk closest edge to closest edge. So this I still have to fix too, right? This point where he gets close to an edge and then simply stops. Such a pain. In fact, let's fix that right frickin' now. That's really annoying. That is move character towards point. Let's see here. The direction normalized, yada yada. Yeah. So this distance to the direction to target is incorrect in some ways. Also yeah, you know what? This is going to be the incorrect thing for us right now. So we're going to use 2D points for this, because we want to cut out elevation. The problem is when he's sitting at an edge like that, he doesn't want to walk over the ledge because his entire movement is trying to walk him downwards, except that he can't walk down. He's locked to the XY plane right now, and any change in height is not something he quite fully understands. So we need to really make sure that his directions that he uses to calculate distances and everything he does kind of boils down to 2D points, and then we just kind of add elevation in later. So let's see here. So we've swapped this down to 2D stuff, and that's great. And it makes life easy. And then the other thing we need to do, get point 2D, we add in that stuff. And this needs to be C4.3D, and it contains a 0 attached to the edge. And then we just set the Z, and we're good. That should fix that. Zeklar asks, do you do the game graphics yourself? It depends on what you mean by doing the graphics myself. I did the art, yes. We're using a procedural generator to make the landscape. The trees are of my design, and this little dude who is standing around happily is the product of open source licenses. He was made for a different game, and then they open sourced the art for him, and that allows me to make use of it. Yeah, so you'll notice he's doing a lot smarter. He's probably going to hug this inside edge here. He's actually hugging it a little too much to the point where he ended up in the water tile a little bit. So I'm actually gonna, let's see here, let's think a little bit. How can we make this a little bit smarter to keep him in the edges? Because we're close. We are really, really friggin' close. It's one of those close but no cigar scenarios. Get closest point along line segment. Yeah, so Moldy Moss is right that I shouldn't be clamping from 0 to 1. I should be clamping from like 0.1 to 0.9. Now the problem with that is if you just clamp from 0.1 to 0.9, you could be doing some drastically different things based on the length of that edge. What we want to do, instead of just clamping, is that instead of clamping from 0 to 1 or just arbitrarily shortening it, we want to find the length of the entire edge, and then we want to take off from the sides the radius of the characters so that his center is always within that edge. That is correct. And I want to double check, yeah, MTS Mox is making a good point. I want to double check that projection because I have a sinking feeling that he is correct there. But first things first, let's get that other stuff tacked in, and then we can fix everything else up. So we're going to add a new function to the GameUtils class. That's find closest, there we go, fraction, let's see, find closest of point along line. There we go. That is a long function name. Closest, I can remove fraction, point to line. Yeah, I think that's kind of the best I can do. And that's fine. Ooh, also, something I just realized. I'm doing a lot of copying. Let's not do that. Let's pass some references around so we're not copying so much data. Oof. That's, yeah. That I just realized was happening. And we can just copy this hunk, paste it into here. And we need to do the same thing here. There we go. That is better. Much better. So before, since we weren't passing references, it was actually creating new .2D copies. And normally that's not the end of the world, but we're trying to keep from doing too many things that may mess with our code in terms of performance. We're doing little things to keep our performance nice and quick so that we don't have to go back and hunt for all these things later. So, and we're not going to do the clamp here. In this function, we'll simply grab float w equals closest fraction of point to line, point, line from, line to. Now we are doubling up on a little bit of math here, but it's not something we care a ton about right now. There we go. I'm just leaving the other function in, just for now. So let's double check this, because I have this nagging feeling I've done the math incorrectly. I just want to make sure we've done this right. Okay, and we could just kind of sanity check, because if our values are wrong, we should start seeing some bad data showing up in our closest point. So I'm just kind of poking at this, making sure that not only does it all fit, so that looks right, and I'm kind of staring at this. He's still getting caught on edges, though. Why is he caught on this edge? Oh, haha, one more thing I need to fix in the AI that I just realized. Inside there's a travel to location subtask. I'm probably still using 3D points for that as well. Yeah, I am. No, wait, let's see. Direction to resource. Okay. This 2D. This get point 2D. This get point 2D. That cleans that up. That should fix that bug. Keep us from getting stuck on that point any longer. And now we're going to dump this here. And once again, I'm doing more sanity checking. Sanity checking is kind of the easiest, most brainless way you can make sure your code works. And all the sanity checking seems to be looking correct. Every time I'm just checking that this closest point lives somewhere between from and to. Granted, the clamping should be making sure that it stays within there. So the other thing we can do to make sure that the sanity testing is working is you can kind of just watch where he goes. And it should make sense, and it does. You notice he cut that corner. That's not quite right. He should have walked all the way out to this edge. But I think it's because he's walking to this point and across. Problem is it looked good enough. I could write a unit test, but I have other things I'd rather write code for. I should at some point write a unit test, but the unit test is essentially the use cases I've been running so far, and everything looks fine. So I'm going to keep off of unit tests for now. Whoops, down goes that tree. It's actually kind of cool that landed in water. I'm kind of sad it didn't try and float. I kind of wish I had some kind of like flotation for water. Maybe that should go in next. It would add a little more personalization to the world, right? Tree falls over, falls in water, proceeds to start floating away. That'd be kind of cool. Alright, so let's see here. Right, I remember what I was up to. So now, instead of just getting the closest point, closest fraction, is going to be game utils closest fraction of point to line. And we're just going to dump these into it, as we did before. And this is where we start needing to pull some of this data out into its own points anyway. So I'm not actually too worried about doing something like this now. I'll call it the edge start, the end end, the edge end, even though those don't make a ton of sense, because these edges are bidirectional. But it gives me something to kind of work with in terms of conceptual So you notice we're doing some of the same work. This shortens this function though. Ta-da! Nice short, right? Why are you complaining? You want 2D. Oh, and you guys should be 2D. I'm sorry. Implicit stuff is really messing with me right now. There's some implicit conversions going on here that are really keeping me from being as productive as I would like to be. And yeah, I know a tree landing in water shouldn't exactly float because there shouldn't be tree left, but well, hand wavy magic-y stuff is happening here. I don't know. Let's see here. Closest fraction. Alright, so the closest fraction is going to let's see, first we need to find the distance between the 2 points, right? So our edge end minus edge start magnitude, let's see. We want just straight magnitude of these. So here's our distance, and we want to make sure that the person, okay, this is where we can make this a little bit smarter too. Let's see, we're going to call it the agent radius. So, we have to do a little bit more work here. So the idea here is that this agent radius is how far around our unit is. So if our guy starts to try and walk through something that's stupidly thin and he can't fit through, what we need to do is we need to say, oh, that's not an edge you can walk through. That's something we could pre-process, and I'm kind of tempted to pre-process that. So let's do that. Let's add that information. We'll call it edge width. I don't even need edge in here. I can just call it the width. Now, cell edge. Let's see, and it needs calculate edge width. Right, there shouldn't be a ton to this, and yet there we go. Of course, we need to now write this function. And the idea is that we can see here C4.2D edge start equals for cell graph get vertex position get vert. See, once again, vert position, and that's not a arrow because we're not dereferencing anything. Let's see here. Vertex 1 index C4. Linking's allowed. I just re-enabled it. I figured why not. If somebody gets out of hand, I will ban that person specifically. But otherwise, it's a small enough stream. I don't get spammed often enough. I shouldn't kind of take out that on you guys. So you guys are welcome to link things. Just try and keep the links reasonable, and of course if you link garbage, I'm going to start throwing people out. Just want to keep this kind of a place where people can kind of come to safely talk about game design stuff and be able to toss links down in case, you know, I need reference or you need reference to something. Unfortunately, programmers use far too much of the internet to be able to just disable linking altogether. It wasn't working out as it was before. Edge end minus edge start. And we want the magnitude of that vector. There we go. And now the last step of this whole thing. Let's see here, the cell graph, I'm hoping, has a good place to do some of this pre-processing. As it turns out, it really doesn't. Let's see here. So the problem is that I'm looking at this, the cell graph doesn't really have a good place to do a pre-process or a post-process step, which is what this cell edge kind of needs. I wonder if there's, I'll call this finalize edge for now. And finalize edge just happens to find the cell width and throw it away. But we're gonna see, let's see, new cell edge. We need to find out where it's getting created. And once we find where it's created, then we can maybe do a little bit of finalization on that step as well. Okay, so we add in a new cell edge, and we add the indices to it. Holy heck. And then cell graph. Man, I hate to have implicit things like this, where it's like it requires you to call this at some point. That really makes for bad code. The problem is, get edge width. We're just gonna do this. We're not even gonna bother with this. We're just gonna do the hard work each time. Yeah, I kind of hate to do it, but the extra processing makes the code that much safer. I did do that right? C4 magnitude. Oh, shoot. You should be returning a float now, which is why it's complaining. Also, this is now const. And what is it complaining? Oh, it's complaining about the previous code I wrote. That's fine. Also, calling it get versus find. I like find because find lets you know that it's doing some work. Versus when you say get, you're going to kind of assume that it already has the number available. Versus when you say find, you kind of assume it's doing some work. And that's kind of correct. That's the thing we should be assuming here. Alright, so we've got edge width is the neighbor edge. Sometimes my fingers just decide they're doing their own thing, and off they go. We pass it the cell graph. Is this a pointer? What is this? Cell graph, what are you? Are you even being passed in here? You should be. Oh my. Where are we getting all this cell information? This seems bizarre. Oh, it's because we're inside. Derp. Don't mind me. I just kind of forget where I am sometimes. Let's see here. So we've got our edge width. So now what we want to do is we want to shave down the edge width by the radius on both sides, and then convert that to a fraction. So we're going to say edge width, and we're going to subtract out, and this is kind of, that agent radius, times 2. No, we'll just subtract out the agent radius for now. Okay, so we've got this width, and we have a 0 to 1 value of our fraction that sits somewhere between the two. So I still need to we'll call this the edge diff. And this is the edge end minus the edge start. And we have the edge width now. We actually probably shouldn't be doing that because float radius fraction is going to be the edge width over the, let's see here, over the agent radius plus, so I'm adding a min float here just so that you're able to set a 0 radius agent. This kind of allows us to have somebody who is infinitely thin just for the sake of finding paths, and it won't do divide by 0 errors. It will cause us to shorten the edge width by ever so slight amounts, but that's fine. So let's see here, our edge width, we have our radius fraction there, and that's the fraction we have to take off of each side. So finally, our closest fraction is going to be the closest fraction, but we're now clamping it not by 0 and 1, but we're going to clamp it by the radius fraction and 1 minus the radius fraction. And that let's see here. Finally, point 2D, our next waypoint, we are finally going to calculate it as the, let's see here, we want the edge start plus the edge diff, and the edge, the edge diff times the closest fraction. And there's our next waypoint. And then we insert it in, and we're done. Whew. Tossing a breakpoint in. I'm a little tired. I want to double check that this is all working the way I expect it to. Also, There's some complaining going on here. Subscript requires array or pointer type. I didn't modify any of this code, so I'm curious as to why it's breaking. Did I forget something obvious? Okay, find path is complaining as well. Really? These are some bizarre errors. Subscript requires array or pointer type, but the edge array it does have an overloaded. Did I double name something? No. At least not that I can tell I didn't double name. In fact, it should be complaining if I did that. Illegal call to non-static. What? What? Oh, find edge width. Where is that? Find edge. No, that looks fine. Hope you don't mind me, guys. I'm going to rebuild because that is a bizarre set of errors. Let's see here. Windspeak. I've been working on this game since, let's see, beginning of November, I think. Something like that. So now it's, November, December, January, 3 months now. And I'm using an engine called the C4 engine. It's a proprietary engine that I own a license to. Nice engine, as you can see. It's also nice and big. All the build files chugging away. Yeah, it's been a good experience so far, and I'm glad you guys. Wow, I'm up to 48 people today watching right now. Hi guys, welcome to the stream. For those of you who are joining me for the first time, I'm making kind of an RTS that's not your typical RTS. And hopefully you'll be able to see in a moment, except that my code is still complaining when I attempt to compile it. It might be because I haven't added this agent radius to the find path function. And there's our problem. Ta-da! Solved that. Find path does not take 4 arguments. It should not. Here's our max height change. Okay. I'm gonna move. Am I? Am I really gonna move this further up? I don't think I need to. I'm going to instead C4. No, not C4. Animated quad effect object. Or no, just the effect first. Let's do the effect first. So the villagers are all made up of effects, right? Everybody here is a billboarded quad, and that counts as an effect in the game because it's not standard geometry, not 3D geometry in the way that you and I normally think of it. So we're going to statically cast it to a quad effect pointer from the character node pointer that we know we're passing in. And then we are going to, let's see here, float villager radius is the villager effect, get object, get quad radius. There we go. And we're just going to pass this radius through to that. And I see some questions coming up. Yes, I'm writing this in C++ Bandy Guy. The entire engine is C++ written, and for the case of this, I like doing this in C++ because it gives me a little bit better control of where things are. I went with C++ over C# in this case because I was looking for a pre-made engine that had a good user interface set of functionality, and at the time, Unity did not have that kind of functionality. And there weren't many good engines that I could find that had that functionality. In fact, C4 was one of the best that I came across in terms of not only is the architecture incredibly clean, but a lot of work has been done to make the engine compatible with Macs. A little bit of work has been done with Linux, although Linux support was kind of back and forth. I think it's off again right now, but essentially the big reason I went with this is because it's an engine I'm familiar with, and also it's got a great feature set that I think would really complement this game. Especially with recently they added OpenGEX as a file format to the engine. It's an open source game exchange format. It essentially tells things a standardized format for 3D models, and it's kind of a better version of Collada. Collada for the longest time has been kind of this like poorly implemented way to generate 3D model data, and finally it feels like it's been kind of normalized correctly. So that's mostly why I went with this engine. Also, I already owned a license for it, so I didn't have to go out and buy anything. That definitely helps. But yeah, if you want to look more at the engine, it's by Terrathon Software. I might have a link in the FAQ, or in the yeah, I call it the FAQ, I guess, in the section below. And you can see that the engine is just wonderfully architectured. This thing has been clearly thought out from the ground up, and it shows. Okay, I do need to add some of that information. I also like talking, so if you ask me a question, I am likely to give you more information than what I've kind of scribbled below my own, in my own little sections down below. I came in here to fix or look at something. Well, poof, that's gone now. Right, we were just gonna run it because it works now, or so we hope. Let's see here. Edge width is 0.3. Our agent radius, where is that? Our agent radius is 0.1. So from 0.3, we're actually cutting down to 0.1-ish in the center. And we should see that. Oh, in fact, I didn't even think of this. No, wait, no I did. Haha. The radius fraction is 3 though. Edge width. I should be doing this the other way around. Derp. I do this. Also, that means I don't need that little do I think Unity is bad performance? Honestly, so the biggest thing about Unity is that if it does have, I don't think it has bad performance, but if you ran into a section where something was performing poorly, unlike the current game I'm making, where I have source access to the engine and I can profile and see what the heck is going wrong. Also, I have this handy dandy little time window here that will allow me to see that I'm running at about 200 frames per second right now, which is really cool. But with Unity, you can't really do a lot of that. You can't figure out why your game is running poorly, only that it is. And you can do a little digging into your own code, but you can't see if something of yours is messing up how the engine works. So they have to make the engine that much more robust. And I found it fairly easy to tank the performance of the engine myself in the time I spent working with it. Granted, I worked with it years upon years ago, so it probably has improved tenfold by now. Still, for bigger games, Unity's system of script making is just, I don't know, it's a little bit crazy sometimes. It's not what I would call a typical flow. It's more flow game design for a game designer, not game design for a game programmer. And game programmers can usually chunk a little bit better performance out of something than a game designer, depending on the direction you're looking at things from. Let's see, edge width is 0.7, my radius fraction is 0.1. That makes sense. And then the clamp is fine. Okay, so this code looks good. So the only other thing I have to do here is that the new problem is if you have a edge that is a certain width and your radius is larger than that width, we need to ensure that the agent's radius doesn't overwhelm the edge's width. Because otherwise, the moment you do that, there's a problem kind of kicks in that suddenly he can't walk through that space anymore, and we'll end up with a negative number for this radius fraction. So we need to go through and find our... So I'm going to label this. So this is our... this is what I'm going to call the neighbor filter. And this removes... what's the term I'm looking for? Removes invalid neighbors from the pathfinding algorithm. And you can see that already we can check, like, does the neighbor contain water? Like, that's a good way to ensure he doesn't walk through water tiles. Also, if the height difference is too big, obviously we don't want him to try and wander through that. And the other thing we can now say, we can look at the edge width. Right, I'm inside the cell graph. I need to stop forgetting that. And we say if the edge width is smaller than the agent radius doubled. That's another reason we should remove this one from the list. So now he won't walk through these tiny little gaps, right? And remember, all this work we're doing is simply for the one thing of we want him to act as humanly as possible. For example, this is not a good behavior, having him start in an underwater tile. Granted, the moment we get him moving and doing things, it's not quite so bad. Holy heck, he's going to have to make quite the trek around this entire freaking island. And that's fine. I did see him walk through water for an instant, and I'm not really terribly happy with that, but we'll continue to watch his progress. He seems to be doing pretty well. Oop, there was another. I don't know why he keeps going through these little concave sections of water. It's not good. Definitely not good. Also, if he were walking a shortest path, you'd think he'd come through here or something. There must be something up in the way I'm calculating distances that's causing him to walk kind of funny. I don't think I'm going to dig too far into that right now. Just for now, I'm going to keep with committing what I've got, because it looks like it's mostly set, mostly good, doing what I want it to. Let's double check here. So we've got the find path stuff now includes the radius, the villager radius, and we've also removed, so let's see, feature pathfinding no longer includes edges too thin for villager to traverse. Fix. I guess that's less a feature and more a fix, but whatever. Stops, removes behavior where the villager, what was he doing? He was stalling on cliff edges whose height, yeah, just stalling on cliff edges is, we also fixed other things in here. Let's see, what else did we fix? Ooh, we don't want this sitting around anymore, because remember, we're finding the edge width, and we're not caching it. Maybe we should cache it? In fact, I am going to do that. I'm going to actually do one last minute change. Yes, that's nice. This cell edge. Okay, width is still here. What we're going to do, cell edge. There we go. So when we generate this cell edge, what we are going to do is we're going to take the width, and we're going to set the width to a crazy number. for example, infinity. That's kind of crazy, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to say if width is infinity, then we're going to actually do the calculations and say, instead of returning it though, we're just going to say width equals magnitude of this. And this is no longer const because we are changing something inside. And that's fine. There we go. So now we're caching the value. And what this essentially does is that every single time we go through here, we are ensuring that width is set to a reasonable value, and then we're storing it away so we don't have to keep coming through and doing all the calculations every single time. Because I assume a lot of people are going to be doing pathfinding, and this is going to be a fairly popular function inside pathfinding. So we want to make sure that this does not end up taking too much time by caching this value. So that I like a lot better. And if I double check now, you can see that my modifications are, already in my diff file. And you can see where I moved files around and added some other files, and that's fine. Alright. And finally, okay, this looks good. I'll even add a little to-do in here, just to mark that double check projection of dot product within game utils find, oh, what was it? No, it was just closest fraction of point to line. Just double check that. And that's something I'll get into later. Tweebs asks, how is infinity used in the engine? I assume it's not actually infinity, but just a really large number. Is it more of a concept and doesn't actually have a numerical value? So let's actually look at that. Because I know what it does in the engine. Okay, so it's an external float. Infinity equals... So it looks like it's a specific float hex value that is absurdly large. And what it does is that it is a single value that essentially sets things out depending on what it's used for to... So let's see. So as a numerical value, it is kind of the highest value that I think float can achieve. So immediately, infinity is always going to be marked as the highest number in any comparison. So you say if this is less than infinity, it will pretty much always be true as long as it is not also infinity. The other thing it does is that in certain special cases, the engine knows how to use infinity for special features. For example, when you're rendering something, you can render something at a depth of infinity, and that pushes it to the very back of the depth buffer so that everything is going to render on top of your object. So there are a few special cases where it uses infinity, and there are also some just numerical neat things you can do with it. And because it's defined in this fashion, it makes it very easy to use. It's actually a very nice constant to have. You can see I use it all over the place, and it's a lot cleaner and easier than it would be for anything else. If I really wanted to, I could set this to negative infinity, and it actually might be cuter if I set this to negative infinity, and then just said, okay, if width is greater than negative infinity, or the other thing you could do is you could say, and set the width to the magnitude only if the magnitude is less than the current width. Although, once again, we're getting a little too cute, and it would start overcomplicating the code specifically. So we're not too worried. Infinity is a useful constant to have, and it lets you do neat things like this initialization and then what essentially comes to caching later. And guys, once again, welcome to the stream. Please feel free, ask as many questions as you like. I'm here to not only do my own stuff, but I'm happy to help explain what I'm doing. If something doesn't make sense, if I'm doing something bizarrely, then please, talk to me or let me know or ask a question, and I will explain at least why I'm doing things. Because I like to think, and I say I like because this isn't always true, I like to think I'm good at programming. I've been in the industry for quite some time now. I've been making games for a while, and a lot of the stuff I do for reasons. And at this point, I like to teach other people those reasons so they can either A, prove I'm wrong and make me change my ways, or B, I can show someone else a neat little technique, and you guys can then learn from me and the way I code. Let's see here. Winspeak asks, what's caching? So I say it caching as in like money caching. It is not that. As Major Ploop says, it's caching is C-A-C-H-I-N-G. And actually somebody else has already answered the question for me. You do the hard work and you store the end data so that you don't have to do all the calculations again later. So you can see in this case, width starts out as this funky infinity value, and then I say, okay, if width is infinity, actually calculate the width and then store it away in this variable. The next time we come through, we say, okay, is width going to be infinity? No, it's now set to whatever this magnitude is. Therefore, just return it. We don't even have to do all these calculations all over again. And once again, if you like what I'm doing, and if you like what you see or what you hear when I talk, then please feel free, follow me. I try to stream at bare minimum on Wednesdays and Sundays. I also try and throw in Saturday streams when I can, and also other days of the week. If I find myself with a free hour or two, I might throw in a quick little feature into the game. Unlike Sunday, where I tend to have a really long stream, I try and get a lot done today. And Wednesdays can be a bit longer too, depending on how things go. So, yeah. Glad you guys are joining me. And we're going to kind of keep going today. I've already done one feature, but I'm going to keep doing things to kind of make my NPCs more personable, make them more interesting. Because right now they're these like boring creatures that all look the same. Last night, when you guys weren't around, I was able to add names. So this guy's name is Keenan Adams, and each time I reload the game, he's going to have a different name, because right now, name isn't stored. So now he's Logan Rivera. Also, his stats change every single time. Not the end of the world. Eventually, we are going to go in and make those persistent, so you can save and load your game. But for now, we don't even really care about that much. It's nice to have names and a little more individuality to these people. There we go. Good crack. Every once in a while you have to kind of stretch a little bit. It's always good to stretch. If you need proof of that, watch any StarCraft player. Most streamers who are StarCraft players will, after a long time of playing, you'll see them doing stretches throughout, specifically TLO, or the little one, whenever he streams. You see he will play a game and then stretch. He'll either stretch his fingers or he'll stretch his hands out. He actually had carpal tunnel at one point and had to recover from it and take a break from his pro gaming, his job for a while. So it's always good to kind of stretch out, especially as a programmer or somebody who uses the computer a lot. Take a little time, stretch, get your fingers relaxed again. Just do what you can to keep from kind of abusing your own body, especially for those of us who are spending lots of time at a computer doing this. Jalapenos Bud asks, have you extended your cell edge class with width? Or what's happening with the colon? So, in C++, it's not that I'm extending it with width. It is that I am initializing width to infinity. So each time you add this colon, you're saying you can do two things after that colon. One is you can call constructors of base classes that you are a part of, or you can call other constructors that exist within the class. So you can see here that the colon is essentially saying call the cell edge constructor with a -1, which because cell edge is so heavily overloaded, it's actually calling this constructor instead, which is why you see actually all the code in the constructor, all the setup and initialization lives in here and not in this default constructor that we've put down. So you're not extending it, really. You are going so far as just to initialize things before the function even gets called. So this width is getting set before all of these functions are getting called in code. And you can actually see my cell edge doesn't have any classes that it's inheriting from, so there's not even anything for it to call from. Yeah, as C developer writes, it's the delegating constructor. So you're essentially saying, here's another way for me to do all that hard work without copying and pasting all the code. And this is a newer C++ feature. That's how you can kind of tell I'm using, I think C++ 11? I know I'm, at bare minimum, I'm at 11. I think I'm actually using the newest C++ features. Null pointer is in there, lambdas are in there, although I don't use lambdas terribly often because they're new enough. I'm still wrapping my head around some of the concepts that come with lambdas. But yeah, it's essentially just saying this one is calling this constructor, and this constructor, after this colon, is initializing this value. That's what those are for. Yeah, it's like a master constructor in C#. Yeah, it's the exact same concept. In fact, it was kind of funny because C# had the feature first before C++ did, or at least before a lot of C++ compilers supported this feature. The feature might have existed in the standard, but it takes a while for the compilers to catch up with the standard. Major Ploop asks, could you have gotten where you are in terms of job without your university degree? I could have. It would have been a lot more difficult. I do have people on my team who have no degree whatsoever. One guy, as far as I could tell, he went through 90% of college and then dropped out before taking his capstone course. So he knows his stuff, and he went to university. He just doesn't have... he just doesn't really have the degree to show for the whole thing, which is really unfortunate. I honestly think that guy should go back and take the 2 classes it takes to get his degree. He'd probably get a pay raise immediately just for that one little thing. But, I've also have a guy on my team who is completely self-taught, and I gotta say, he's one of the best multi-threaded and low-level programmers I've ever seen. I've talked about him before in this stream. He's the guy who can stare at disassembly and tell you where something crashed and why by looking at the disassembly. He's pretty freaking talented, and he is completely self-taught. It is difficult, though. It is really, really difficult to get a job without a degree. The degree essentially says, I know these skills, and you don't have to test me on them. As opposed to somebody without the degree, you have to prove I have these skills that everyone else has, and I have to prove I'm better as well. Because every interview, you're not only trying to prove you're better than everyone else, or at least better for that job than anyone else, but now you have to also explain how you have these basic skills that everyone else happens to just kind of innately have because I went to university. Hey, that's how I have it. I am currently a software engineer at a company called OnLive. We do cloud gaming, as it is termed. Essentially, you play the video game on a set of servers somewhere in what we deem our cloud, and we stream you the video the same way I'm streaming you this video through Twitch. We stream you the video for the video game and then essentially we take your input the same methods either. Think of it like Netflix for video games. That's really the easiest way I've come up to describe what my company does. Also, yes, as Farzer says, having a portfolio is really the best way to get a job. You can see my portfolio below. I don't ever really update the blog, unfortunately, because I'm so busy making a game, streaming to you guys, doing all this other cool stuff, that I don't update my blog too often. But that portfolio site has gotten me more recruiter references and also more job offers than anything else. It has gotten me further in interviews than you would initially believe. I've had a lot of interviewers walk in the room and say, okay, I looked at your portfolio, you made this really cool thing in JavaScript. How did you deal with this? Or how did you do this? And it's a lot of really helpful stuff comes about by having a portfolio that can show off what you can do. OnLive isn't dead, so to speak. The first incarnation of OnLive ran out of money, and everybody got laid off, myself included. They then, an investor came through and purchased the company for next to nothing. And when he purchased the company, he only purchased the assets of the company. So he got the code, the servers, I think he also got some of the contracts that went with the old company, the patents that went with the old company. And now he has all this code. He then proceeds to hire a bunch of people from the old company, myself included, who are very knowledgeable with that old code. And so we are now going through, and despite being called OnLive 2, for lack of better naming, OnLive is still kicking. We're still going. The latest product has been interesting. We essentially let you play your Steam games on the system. It's cool. It's a fun place to work. Kind of startup mentality is still around, so it's fun to watch the company change direction very quickly. It is also very stressful sometimes. So it's the joy of startups. They pay you well, but there's a lot of risk involved as well. How it goes. All right, so what is next? That is the question. Let's see here. I'm going to pull the Trello over for a moment. And let's see, we've got, where was it? This one, forcing Pathfinding to use the edges appropriately instead of cell origins. I'm just going to start dumping things at the top. I'm tired of pushing things to the bottom every time. Alright, so we've got that. Can I sort these? No, of course I can't. Adding hunger to villagers would definitely make them a lot more normal. Also, sleeping particles, so when they lay down, you'll see Z's or something, might be better than the current, looks like they're dead and just laying on the floor. Adding diversity to characters would be cool. Same with split names based on gender. There's kind of a lot of things I can really do here today to make this a little more interesting in terms of being able to see a person and see how they're interacting with the world. Trying to think of like a good way to show the current job within the villager stat page, but nothing's coming to mind immediately, so I'm going to kind of look around at the other tasks first, as much as I kind of want to dive into this one right away. Saving the world is definitely at the bottom of the list, at least until we get stuff that's kind of worth doing. And you guys can always check this Trello out below. It's sitting in the description below, and you can always kind of see what I'm up to. It won't let you edit it, but you can still check out kind of what's up and see some of the notes I've thrown down on high-level tasks, and you can see kind of what I'm thinking and where I'm trying to take the game, at least directionally. And as usual, you know, if you want to see this progress a lot, following me will let you see whenever I come online. You'll see it. Also, my YouTube channel has a lot of my previous streams. I've missed a couple accidentally, but it still has most, I want to say most, it at least has about 3/4 of my previous streams. So you can kind of see what I've been doing and catch up with where the game is and how far along I am. Hunger to villagers, I kind of like that. especially since that would force me to put like health and hunger in at the same time, right? Because once your hunger hits 0, you then would need to wait for a little bit to start decrementing from health as well. King Recycle, I'll toss a link that has, where is it? I have a link to the system I'm using. Right now it's kind of inspired by Goddess, and it uses this map generation style, where Verneuil cells are kind of the basis for everything right now. We might break that up and use it differently somehow in the future, but for now, it works. It looks nice. And with a little bit of work, it'll make it pretty easy to make it prettier as well. We can maybe split up the tiles a little more and have more height difference here. I'm glad you guys are enjoying. I'm actually glad so many people are able to enjoy me today, because holy heck, 55 is, I think, a new record. I saw it at 60 something earlier. So thanks again, guys, for joining me. I'm really the streaming is fun. Getting the game development work and knowing people are watching is not only motivating, but it kind of hits that teaching funny bone of mine that I've had for a while as well. And showing you guys what I'm working on makes it that much easier to kind of have my own flow of data of what I'm doing in my head. Kind of comes a little more naturally when I'm just talking like this. And I feel weird talking to an empty room. Well, the room's not empty. The dog's here somewhere. I say somewhere, and I can't see the dog at all. Oh, there he is. There's dog. Hey, dog. Yeah, you were probably asleep, huh? I'm sorry. Sorry, puppy. Alright, let's see. Let's just look at the game for a moment. Let's just kind of stare at this for a bit and kind of see what else we can do to add some personality to these guys. And I say these guys, but there's only one, so I'm actually gonna... Where's my game world file? Let's just dump 10 of them in a scene just to kind of see them go. And yeah, a lot of people use Unity, but it is a very powerful tool, very good at what it's made for. So I totally understand why people would want to go for Unity. Alright, let's see. So one thing I'm noticing is the obvious. They all look exactly the same, right? That's kind of painful. Also, their pathfinding all takes very similar routes. Maybe I shouldn't find the most... I don't know, it feels weird having the most... also having them bounce back and forth. I thought I had them. Am I not using that number correctly? Because they seem to be walking very close to that edge. This might be that math issue that people were mentioning earlier, kicking in and kicking me in the behind. Let's see. This little sidebar here in Visual Studio, it has little green bars, tells you where you've edited code. And sorry, well, let me finish my thought. Unity is a powerful tool. It's fantastic for doing a lot of things. I just didn't want to use it as my own tool. I use Unity quite a bit too, but I use it for much smaller projects. For me, I think of it as a prototyping tool. And for smaller games, I can see how it is perfect to make the entire game in. Something like hex cells is fantastic to make in Unity. Very user interface oriented and very, very simple in a system like Unity. Something like what I'm making would not fly so well in Unity, because Unity likes to have everything sitting in a scene, and when you start procedurally generating things, Unity you can start to see all the thinner edges of it, where you know it's a little more difficult to traverse some of those spaces. So for me, at the very least, using Unity wasn't really so much an option, or at least not as much of an option. I keep looking for the pup, and he keeps disappearing. Oh, no, I see the ears on the couch. Okay. Alright, so we've got... This is kind of the section where... Here's our radius fraction. So this should be working fine. I'm really, really curious what's going wrong here. Because they shouldn't be walking through water like that, right? That should just not be a thing. When I put something down here, at least, they should be walking around this water, not through it, like this guy just straight up did. Oh, that was painful to watch. What is going on here? Alright, so one thing we're going to do, and this is really going to mess with some of the code, but it shouldn't be the end of the world. So we've got this closest fraction, and we've got this radius fraction. And right now we're finding the closest fraction on the edge. And I'm thinking maybe that's not what we want to do to make them interesting. Maybe... Maybe instead of what we're doing, where we're doing this clamp, and we're just forcing them to take the shortest path they can find, maybe we should make them a little more human. Maybe we should make them wander a little more. The straight lines that they walked through are alright, but we can kind of mess with the edges that they cross. So right now we've got this range from radius fraction to 1 minus, and we've got the closest fraction. So I think what I'm gonna do, let's see here, how do we make this more interesting without completely breaking how the system works? Because if they all walk through the same point, it's not quite as interesting. But if they walk through a range of points, or the other thing we could do is have them separate from each other. That might be a valid way to do this. Although that would require a fair bit of extra movement behaviors, and I'm not really sure I want to dive into those quite yet. Those are their own can of worms. Man, I didn't realize the Cowboy Bebop soundtrack was 6 hours long. Yikes. I mean, that's not bad. I love it, but... I just kind of forgot that it had such a long soundtrack. Alright, da-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. Sorry, reading chat. If you ever see my eyes or my attention go off in this direction, I'm staring at the chat window. I have 2 monitors sitting here, and it's nice in that I can glance back and forth between my work and chat, and I don't have to have like crazy windows open or anything bizarre. But it also takes my attention kind of away from the camera, and I keep thinking I should move the camera, but I also kind of like it where it is. Oh well. First world problems of a streamer, right? Sitting here trying to figure out, oh, where do I want my camera? So, well. No biggie. Alright. So, okay. I know what I want. I know what I think I want. One thing right now is that, yeah, I'm noticing the world is pretty sparsely populated by trees. Like, yes, okay, there are some trees. Yes, the tree generation looks a little funky. In fact, I'm going to go so far as to add that as a Trello task, because I need to investigate Investigate tree placement on cells. Looks like a lot of trees are ending up on triangle edges. Because that is a kind of ugly thing to see. So many trees kind of bunched up like this when they should be a little more randomly generated around the cell. It's not the end of the world, but it's just kind of something I have to keep in mind. Let's see here. What else? So we've got some different types of things, but you never really end up using these two. And there's really no point to generating something like a farm until you've also generated a matching, like, storage facility of some type, right? Okay, let's fix farms. Because farms, A, they're ugly. B, right now, the way it's generating the elevation is not correct at all in any way, shape, or form. So let's quickly dive into that. I almost, for some reason, felt like jumping into a different accent. And thank you, Vibia, for the win. Thanks for the compliment. It's pretty basic looking for the game, in my opinion, but at the same time I can understand how something like this looks impressive. And I'm really excited to see how it ends up looking when you get to the point of, I have a sprawling settlement somewhere here. Let's see here. If I toss that there and I toss this here, will they actually... Oh... Okay, I think I see what's going wrong with my farms at the very least. Oof. You can see there's a vertex here and a vertex here. I think the other vertex is somewhere here. You can't really see it much. And unfortunately, the fourth one is now hidden in shadow, but it's down here at the bottom of this cliff. And I think it's placing the vertex where each of the collision points is, so it goes down from the top of the world, and when it collides with the world, that's where it's putting the 4 vertices. So instead of having a flat farm like this, it's doing something like this, which is not how farms work in the slightest. Not in the slightest. So that's pretty easy. Let's get that cleaned up at the bare minimum. Let's see, that's going to be in my game tools class, because this was something I did on a stream. I turned all of my buttons into build tools, which then have a nice, simple interaction with the world. Yeah, Goddess was a big inspiration for this game, and so, as Torpid Sloth says, and I'm not going to stop shouting you out for a while. Torpid Sloth, thank you again for telling me how to get IntelliSense going. I'm going to keep shouting him out because that was big. I spent hours trying to figure it out, and one of his suggestions was the one that ended up working. Thank you again, buddy. So, here's our begin tool. But yeah, Goddess was a big inspiration for how the look and feel of the game should go. And so for now, we're kind of keeping with something similar. And I say we because I have a partner I'm working on this with. But that was the wrong begin tool. This is the correct begin tool. Okay, so we set XY positions and calculate the height. Here is our problem. We're getting the terrain height at each of the corners instead of at the center cell where we should be. I think I built the farm before I actually had the cells working, which is probably why it's using a really, really old system. Let's fix this whole thing, because this is a really, as I said, it's a really old system. You can see it's using its own independent geometry lists, and it's loading its own material, and then adding itself and doing some crazy stuff. Here, we don't need all that. We've written helper classes in the meantime. Specifically, this kind of mesh generator, which I need to include at the top. hi pound include mesh generator. Also, controllers. Come on. Alphabetical order here, guys. Of course, I say that, and like, game world is above TUVW. Yeah. There we go. Alpha order. I like it. I like having my things clean and organized. Otherwise, it just drives me insane. Alright. So we've got our mesh generator. We're going to allocate enough space for 4 vertices, 2 triangles, and it will have normals. And that's probably all it needs. Oh, it also needs UVs, so no tangents. We don't need tangents, but we need UVs. Great, guys. Thank you for following so incredibly much. You know, I'm so happy to have you guys here. I just passed the 200 mark a short while back. I think, let's see, what's my most up-to-date number? 215 as of about 5 minutes ago. Thanks again. Thank you so much for joining me, guys, and I am not done yet. We have lots more game to make. Hopefully, for those who will see this game through to a playable point, I'm going to, at some point, put in either a subscription system, so those subscribing will get the game in whatever its current form would be as I continue to make it. So at the end of each stream, I would package it all up and send it out to, you know, whoever happens to be subscribing. But for now, that's not really enough playable stuff, so I don't want to start in on that yet. Not yet, but soon. Alright, so we've allocated the space. We need to dump in the vertices, and then we'll be done. Vertices and UVs, I should say. Also, what's this average height for? That's so bizarre. Yeah, this is such old code. This is like, I think, one of the first things I coded, actually, for the system. I wanted to see how food would work separately from gathering wood. Alright. And I'm using my cutesy way of getting X and Y coordinates out of the world. You can actually see that my X and Y is all based off of the index. You can essentially say your indexes are 0, 1, 2, and 3, where your even numbers end up on one side and your odd on the other, and then your higher numbers are obviously below your lower numbers, and that lets you use the index to generate a nice set of zigzagging coordinates that you can then use for vertices. At least that's what I'm using them for. And the other thing we're gonna do, we've got our game world here already. We're going to get the terrain cell graph and then proceed to get the cell that the pick point is currently within. And this is going to look kind of funny initially, mostly because float cell height is, we're going to get the cell and then we're going to get cell. Why is it having trouble? Oh, 0.3D. Get 0.2D. There we go. And then finally, elevation. Ta-da! Alright, so we've got our cell height. We don't actually even need to do any calculations here. So now we say the mesh generator verts I. Let's see. So each vertice should be a 0.3D whose X and Y and cell height are all set, just like that. And we're going to go a little step further and grab the normal. And we know that the normal of all of these is pretty simple. We know they're pointed up, so we're just going to use the Z unit. Because in this engine, X and Y are the ground plane, and Z is what points upwards for us. So that keeps our farmland pointing upwards at all times, and not just that, but the light interacts with it. as if it were pointing upwards at all times. Good thing to keep in mind and have. Let's see. And we're not going to go with cell height alone. We're actually going to add in a min float value, because if you put two pieces of geometry on top of each other and they have the same depth, that's going to cause what we call z-fighting, where the two terrains will bounce back and forth because the engine doesn't exactly know which one is supposed to end up on top. And so this will pull ours up a little higher and will make it a little more obvious, at least to the game engine. Hopefully it will be invisible to the user, but it will make it more obvious to the game engine which one should be on top. Also, mesh generator UVs, which are a 2D point. We want our UVs to match globally the vertices. So that's fine. We'll just set our UVs to nice high numbers, because that, I think, is what we're doing here as well. V1, here's our texture coordinates, and then we add the polygons to the surface, and we go 0, 1, 2, and 3, 2, 1, that's fine. Mesh generator triangles. Let's see here, 0, oh, we have to actually, what is this? This is an integer pointer. Oh, okay, we have to go 0, huh, interesting. 0, 1, 2. And you'll see in a moment why I'm doing some kind of crazy pointer stuff here. Let's see, 0, 1, 2, 3. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to do crazy stuff here. Let's just make this obvious. 3, 4, 5. I really don't like that, but it's kind of unfortunate that it's necessary, as is. So the reason why I'm doing this like this, why I have this matches and this is the inverse, is because, actually I could do this in a for loop pretty easily, couldn't I? I is less than 5 plus I. The reason I'm doing this is because a triangle is made up of 3 points, and you need your triangles to be defined in a certain order in order for the engine to think they go in a certain direction. So if you define them, I believe, let's see, if you define them in clockwise direction, it is going to think it goes up. If you define them in counterclockwise direction, excuse my failure of English just now, it's going to think it points in the down direction. And because a triangle is only visible from one side, if it's pointing upwards, we'll see it, but if it's pointing downwards, we won't see it, unless we specifically tell the engine this is a two-sided material. So that's why you see I'm actually able to fairly easily set these in a, for me, logical way. I hope it kind of makes sense for you logically as well. And I'm going to do an inline, let's see, I is greater than 2. I'm just going to do a little inline branching here that says if it's, let's see, if it's less than 3, then we just pass I into it. And then, let's see, the moment it hits 3, it should be I, no, 5 minus I? No, that's not right either. Let's see, it should be starting at 3. So if it's less than 3, just do I. In fact, if it's, I can even cheat a little and say if it's less than 4, just do I, even though the pattern clearly changes at 3. Otherwise, let's see. it'd be 3 minus I minus 3. Is that correct? Let's see. So if I equals 3, then it's 3 minus 0. So it's 3 minus 0, which ends up to be 3. I becomes 4, so it's 3 minus 1, which is 2. And when it's 5, it's 5 minus... Yes, okay, cool. Ta-da! Sometimes you can get smart. Do a little quick and easy. I say quick and easy. That wasn't actually terribly quick nor easy, but it's close enough. You can do some math. And that math allows you to delete a whole lot of stuff. Let's see here. So here's our generic geometry. And this is the actual node that gets put into the world. Let's see. We define the object here. I'm actually curious what its overloads look like. So we can pass it another geometry object. It's not really what I'm looking for. We can do the Boolean operation between two geometry objects. That's actually really nice to know. That could be really interesting. Geometry count, an array of geometry and a transformable. Oh gosh, this last one looks monstrous. The number of levels, a list of geometry surfaces. That might be what we're hunting for here. Might just be what we're hunting for. C4, list, geometry, surfaces, I believe is what it was looking for. Of course, now I can't. Oh, because I haven't finished writing this. Say geometry surface list, just to be terribly, terribly obvious. I'll just rename it geomlist because that's what we had going on before. We go into the mesh generator and we say build the geometry surface out of all this good stuff. And this gives us a geometry surface pointer, which I can then append to the list. A level count, a list of geometry surface. Okay. This needs to be a pointer, which means we need to call new on it. There we go. Geometry list. That's not a dot, that is now an arrow. And that makes that happy. And the rest of this can kind of stick around. And then we do, okay, this, and average height. No. This is cell height. Oh, actually, no, this is technically 0, isn't it? Let's see here. We're generating it about a basis of 0. So let's actually, yeah. I'm just going to do the correction here. Cell height. There we go. So what I'm doing is I changed cell height from being stored in every single vertex to instead just putting it in the one offset, the one node position offset. And yeah, sometimes it is just math, and that's pretty much most of programming. Oh my gosh. Why is my frame rate terrible? Look at that. Oh, okay. What is going on? Look at that. My frame rate is rocketing downwards. And it's nothing in the rendering pipeline. It's all CPU time. Oh, that's painful. What is going on? And where are you guys going? Seriously, I've got a small group of people who are just like going to Timbuktu and don't care a thing. What are you guys doing? I think I've got the most bizarre bug here. What? They have now been traveling for a full day. John Turner and his friend. Nope, that's more John Turner. More John Turner. He's got someone there with him. I just can't click on him. Maybe if I click ahead of him? Dang it. Nope, that's also John. And Jacob Larson. Oh Lord. And the frame rate drops again. Yeah, what am I doing? What's happening? And don't mind the crash. I know why that crashed. Okay. Let's try this again. Now they seem to be doing fine, which is bizarre. It's actually really frightening. I mean, look at all the little spikes you can see in CPU usage, too. Like, if I could pause that for a second. In fact, I'm going to print screen that. Oh, there we go. Oh, wait, no. I forgot that. Because the CPU lets you kind of offload things to other systems. The moment you take the actual, you take focus away from the program, the CPU frame rate drops like a rock. And that's fine. That's actually kind of expected and nice. That's so funny. Really? Can I not just paste onto the clipboard? Oh, you know what? I might have to screen capture from desktop. Except then I can't get my... You know what? Here. I have an idea. You can see a spike when it took the screenshot. Alright. Let's hunt down where that screenshot got saved to. Because I know it put it... Let's see here. Documents, C4 engine, this. Alright. What's wrong? Okay, so you can see actually that is an interesting looking CPU usage. The spikes are a little frightening. So, jalapenos, but unfortunately print screen wasn't working because print screen was being intercepted by the game engine. And because it's being intercepted by the game engine, it no longer does the actual function you would expect the operating system to do. So, my one thought is that those might be pathfinding checks, pathfinding queries, causing it to spike like that. That's definitely interesting that it's doing such a thing. It's more curiosity than anything else. As you can tell, we have tons of time left. We're still sitting at about, we're still sitting at about 122 frames per second. And that looks like we were on one of the bad frames. So we have plenty of time. I'm just kind of worried that if I add a bunch more agents to the world and they all start pathfinding too, that something hairy is going to kind of fall apart in the engine. Or at least my own code is going to be running so slowly that I might need to do something a little more aggressive to ensure that we're walking smartly between points. Such as like removing certain tiles from, or certain cells, I should say. I should use consistent terminology. I would remove bad or certain tiles from, I keep saying tiles when I mean cells. I promise, I'm not trying to completely mess with you guys. I would remove certain cells from the pathfinding grid. So when I load up a test world, for example, it would remove all these water cells. It just wouldn't even... there's no need to keep these in memory, right? So why are we, generating all the pathfinding information for these. Or some really large mountain peak type areas, like that over there might not be a valid edge, or some of this might not be valid. Interesting. Alright, so time to see if our... Whoops. So you can see, okay, there's some Z fighting. That is definitely Z fighting right there. Note how as I rotate the camera, that it kind of arbitrarily appears and then disappears again. That, my friends, is Z fighting. Let's see, can I put a good one down here? No, that too is actually troublesome. Oh, it also doesn't help that I'm drawing things incorrectly. 0, 1, 2 and 3, 2, 1? Interesting. Something here is going wrong in my my farm generation. Let's look at this. Because I'm doing something, and I'm doing something too clever for my own good, clearly. This is a clean looking tile. No, no, there's a split there. Are you nice and clean? You look clean. Let's put it there. Alright, so I'm going to assume that this code works fine, because it's generating the vertices in the correct places. Alright, so then we have our 5, 5. Yeah, or our 6, I should say, triangle points. Okay, so the first one, 0. Yes, that's fine. And then I is less than 3, so now it just returns 2, and then it just returns 3. And now I is 3. I is not less than 3, so 3 minus... Interesting. Okay, 3 minus 3 is 0, so that should put 3 in that position. And then 4. 4 minus 3 is 1. 3 minus 1 is 2. And the last one's going to be garbage until we... Oops, no. Oh, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's my problem. And we should hit 5. Yeah, okay. There was a bug. Bug squished. Kzate, I think that's how I pronounce it, asks, what's the difference between .h, .cpp, and .cc script files? If you want the honest answer is absolutely frickin' nothing. The difference is entirely up to the compiler. So, programmers use file extensions to help them differentiate what files mean what. So we tend to name things .h if it is a C-style header file, a C or C++, I should say, a C or C++ header file that contains declarations but not definitions. CPP files are how a programmer denotes a file that contains C++ based definitions. So all the data and all the classes and architecture that you have all the C++ classes, data, and architecture you have declared in the header file gets defined in a CPP file. .cc, I actually don't know what that is used for. I don't have anything marked .cc in my own files, at least not to my own knowledge. Let's put that there, and let's dump this here. Oh god, so there's that Z fighting that I was talking about. So we need to move it up a little higher, because right now it's still Z fighting with the ground it's attached to. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it's still ugly, and we want to fix that. Luckily, we know what Z fighting is, so we can fix it. Okay. You should not be min float. We need to make sure that this is essentially large enough that it will have a different byte inside the depth buffer. So we're just going to make it a really, really small... I'm actually adding more zeros to it. We're going to make that a really, really small number, but min float is the smallest possible number. And that, unfortunately, was causing us to have some trouble. Oh, and we're still z-fighting, actually. Interesting. Also, okay. Interesting. Okay, we need to bring this up a little higher, just so that... so, in terms of the C# to C++ references we're talking about here, C# doesn't have header files. C# declares and defines everything at the same time. So for C#, the definition also acts like a declaration. So you'll see me adding, and this is kind of why a lot of people think C# is the future, or languages like C# are the future, is because you'll see me spend a lot of time poking about inside files that don't change too terribly often. Okay, that's better. There's no z-fighting here. That's much, much better. And you can see it kind of extends over the edges. For now, we don't care. We will eventually. I'm probably going to look into, on one of my even longer streams, doing something like creating a vertex field for these. So that instead of the standard, oh, I need to, instead of I need to just set these 4 points perfectly, we can use the vertex grid to kind of better define where things should be and what they should look like. This looks good, and you can see they're collecting food. Maybe getting them to eat some of that food would be a good next step. So the problem is you can also have header files define functions. It's a bad habit to get into, and you shouldn't do it for anything larger than like a 1 or 2 line function. So be very careful about what functions you define inside of a header file, because then you can very easily multiply define something. If you include that header, excuse me while I stretch, you can define that header in multiple places, and that'll create trouble. Do I need any models? Eventually. Eventually I will need 3D models beyond the garbage you see that I've thrown together here. I'll need houses and radio towers and probably a better generator, because you can see how my generator looks. Well, the fog is making the generator look kind of ugly. Luckily, as a programmer, I can do some neat effects, like having power lines that attach to one another like that, and use deforming geometry to make it bounce and look fun. Eventually, yes, I will need a 3D modeler. Now, I just want to make a game first. I need to get the gameplay in before anything else. And that's kind of the hard part, is I'm adding all these elements, and I need to make them cohesive and make the gameplay of just having a town interesting before I add in all the other elements that make it even more interesting. Think of it like making an RPG where you need to make combat fun before you add variety to the combat, or you need to make combat interesting before anything else crazy kind of jumps in. Let's see here. Atech Studios asks, what library are you using? C4 Engine. The details of that are down in the stream description, but essentially these are fun to place. Hey, Night Warrior, thank you for following. I'm glad you guys have been following, and yeah, I'll be streaming somewhat regularly as I can manage. Essentially, if I have more than like 45 minutes to an hour of time, I tend to stream. So let's see here. I got questions. Oh yeah, so C4 engine details are in my description below. Zate asks, or Kazate asks, how are you drawing the villagers? The villagers are sprites that are what's called billboarded. So they are always turned towards the camera no matter what. So in this case, they're actually tilted a little to face the camera perfectly, but they're just 2D sprites that wander around, which is kind of cool. It's kind of fun to have that. Jalapenos Bud, are the lines drawn by code? What lines? You mean the wireframe lines or the actual power lines? Because the wireframe lines are drawn by the engine using just standard OpenGL line draws. The actual power lines, someone else has asked if they're ragdolls. They're essentially a deformable spring. So they have some spring physics attached to them, and they're just deformable cylinders. So the cylinders are just long, and they allow it to kind of spring a little bit. It uses the physics systems that's attached. Okay, yeah. Power lines are kind of... They're fun because they're powered by the physics engine. And so that's what makes them look so neat, is that I don't use the physics engine for much in the game, but what I do use it for, it can look kind of cool for. And yeah, they kind of bounce and wiggle. I eventually want to have wind that kind of blows them about every once in a while. That would be really freaking cool. But I'll leave that for after the gameplay is complete and for after today's kind of personalization of some of these sleeping. They look dead, don't they? The sleeping villagers just look like they've died. They're not dead, I promise. They're just asleep. How it goes. Let's see if we can get some diversity onto these villagers. Now I'm not entirely certain how I want to go about this because I've already got the graphics. I pulled the graphics from an open source website. Here we go, humans. And so you can see, let's see. Oh, this is just a hair sprite. Let's, regular. So you have kind of what they call regular, and it's the person without hair just kind of doing their thing. Yeah, the floating Z's, I think, Born to Snipe has it right. Some floating Z's to show sleeping would definitely be the way to go in this case. Proton Gaming, I do not currently work as a game developer. I am simply a software engineer at a company, at a startup. This game development thing is my free time. It is also what my major was in college, which is kind of how I know so much about it. But yeah. The power lines, do they move around when you don't look at them? Yes. I think they continue to be physically simulated. The thing they do is that they sleep after they don't move for a while. So that actually is, now that I think about it, that's actually taking up a little bit of processing all the time. I didn't really consider that until now. Might be something to keep in mind. Yeah, asleep, where they just kind of hit the ground sideways, and that's the end of it. I also like this punch is like a half-hearted, like, eh. And then getting hit is like a wobble back and forth. Maybe I should add the wobble when they start to get tired, and then when they finally do fall asleep, they just flop backwards. Yeah, one of them is called Human Nude. And it's just shaded without clothing. Nude. Sure. They're sprites. You also have humans with hair, which is just a guy with a beard and red hair. I always thought that was kind of funny. It'll probably be worth my time to make a couple different 3D models with different skin colors and things. Just because, I don't know, diversity. Having them all be white is boring. In fact, okay, Cowboy Bebop, I love you to death, but it's been 3 hours. I'm gonna swap to something else. Let's try Jet Set Radio. It's only 45 minutes. There we go. A little more upbeat. Alright, so, sorry, I gotta stop rocking out for a second. So here's their other, let's see here. here's their idea of an orc. And I kind of like the... do they not have eyes? I don't think the orcs have eyes. They just have the kind of jutting out jaw and the teeth, which is a good identifier. I love it. Pigs. Pigs with hair. Why did I pick pigs with hair? Pigs. Normal pigs. Also, that might be another way to add more character to the world. Have your guys be able to hunt pigs. Yeah, Jet Set Radio. Jet Set Radio is fantastic. Great game for people. Plus, if your models are cis white male, the gaming press will eat me alive. Yeah. Yeah, I can't have that. And plus, it's not like it takes a ton of effort for me to do something like adding skin tones. There's no reason why I wouldn't do it. So, honestly, yeah, pigs with hair, right? We need these wandering around. Let's see, what else do they have? So this is something I pulled off of, I'll just throw my sources out here because it's great to have them. Where is this? So I pulled it off of Open Game Art, for those who are curious. And here's the page where I grabbed the art from. And the nice thing is, all the stuff on that site has various open source licenses that allow you to use them in your games and use them commercially, which is fantastic. So somebody came up with stuff like this. Ooh. Oh, this guy has flame coming out of his eyes as he walks around. That's cool too. Once again, so this is where the kind of the post-apocalyptic vibe can really come through strongly. If I do something like this right, having skeletons or trolls or other things, I could almost go for a what's the game? Oh, I should know it. The Shadowrun vibe, where like humans and trolls and orcs all exist in a more kind of sci-fi-ish setting. That would be kind of cool, right? I mean, I don't know. I bounce back and forth on whether or not I want to include fantasy features in this game. But I do want something like mutants coming through and being able to, like, kick the snot out of your stuff. Yeah, in most, as King Recycle says, in most cases you have to credit the author in the game, and sometimes they also want to be notified when you're using their work. Also, any changes you make have to be re-uploaded so that people can access those as well. But aside from that, like, those are not bad restrictions, especially for an open source license. I've seen a lot worse open source licenses that take anything they're included in and attempt to turn what they're included in into an open source module, and it's ugly. I don't like it. Alright, so where was I? Let's add some skin color. Right? Nice, basic, simple things. Do I know Perry Roadhen? No, I do not. There are a fair number of... Yeah, I have no idea who this is. A science fiction author. Oh wait, no. Is the name of a science fiction series. No, I've never heard of Perry Roadhen. Although that might be something to look into if that's what you're suggesting. Because it looked kind of cool. Yeah, King Recycle, the stream is what keeps me somewhat active. It kind of keeps me working when I might otherwise start to get lazy. I kind of go, oh, but then people would miss the stream, and so I should keep working on it. And so let's keep working on it. Import, so I have an import folder where all my stuff lives. Farmland, grass. Okay, so this is what I call the human sheet. The human sheet. Almost sounds like I'm saying human shit. This is where I keep my humans. Nice and simple, right? So, we could do this a few different ways. So one of the things I could do is I could just add more rows, right? We just say, not resize. Resize is the wrong thing to do. We could say the height is now 40, and then we copy, we paste, and we move this down, that. And then everything here, let's say adjust. And I'm just going to do the craziest thing ever. I'm just going to go, let's make them yellow. Let's go for a darker skin color. Let's go, I'm going to push them towards orange, and then darken. And let's keep playing with this until we get it right, because that's not... Oh, there we go. Okay, a little darker. Right, as a skin tone, we're getting closer. There might be a better color here than what I've got. Actually, oddly enough, the base color darkened and maybe saturated extra. And desaturated. Gosh, that's difficult. I think it's easier to do a color replacement. Lots of questions in chat. How much time are you working on this engine? You mean today or in general? I don't actually work on the engine. The engine is, once again, so there's engine and game code. I work on my game code. I try and leave the engine alone to the best of my ability. So let's... Colors. Alright, so... I'm going for something more akin to this. Let's see if I can darken that and get what I'm hunting for. That's a bit better. That is actually a lot better. One of these is a standard color replacement as well. How do you usually play League of Legends? I used to play it a lot more than I currently do. Mostly I just play it with my girlfriend these days. She likes to play AD carries and I play support. Makes life easy. It's a lot of fun to play together. Let's see how this... Oh, I should just use a color. There's a color replacement tool. Recolor. Of course, it doesn't seem to be recoloring quite correctly. Let's turn the tolerance down to nothing. And that's not right. Swap that back. So yeah, I don't play too terribly often. I play a lot of Sona, play a lot of Soraka. I've been wanting to get my hands on Braum, but I just haven't. It's one of those things, you don't have the time to get to it. Really? I missed again? What the heck is going on here? My rectangle select should be fine. And then we are going to grab this and deselect that. So there's them people. And then we're going to say recolor. And it's just not wanting to recolor. That's bizarre. Okay, let's turn up the tolerance a little. See if that helps. Okay, there we go. There is... Ta-da! That doesn't look right. Okay, turn the tolerance back down, but we're going to grab this color a second time. Just to make sure I grabbed it right, because I have a feeling I missed. There we go. Recolor, go. Dang it. I have background music. Can you guys not hear it? Sorry. If you guys couldn't hear that, I apologize. Jet Set is fantastic, and if you guys have been missing it, ooh, you've been missing out. Alright. Hopefully that's better. Hopefully it's not too loud. Please let me know. Yeah, I play League. I don't play World of Warcraft anymore. I used to play it a lot. Man, I'm looking for a quick and easy way to, like, overdo all these sprites a lot. Because I don't want to sit here and, like, color every single one. That's what I thought the recolor would do for me. Let's just turn the tolerance down to nothing. Swap you. Interesting. It seems to be very much liking... oh, that's because anti-aliasing is enabled. There we go. Faster, better, stronger. There we go. Any other bits? Luckily, because this is single color, it's very easy. Or I should say this is a single tone. It makes it very easy for me to do stuff like this. Let's hue shift a little towards... Let's see, it looks like they hue shifted red. And I'm going to darken a little further. There we go. That looks nice. A little hue shifting. Not your shirt, your clothes. There we go. Yay, our game now contains people from 2 races. So, this is alright. I'm looking at this and I kind of think that this is alright, but I could be doing better. The question is, do I want to do them by hand like this, or do I want to try and get cutesy and find a programmatic way to do it? Because you'll notice nothing changes between humans of different skin color, ever. It just doesn't happen. Because part of me is tempted to paint them white, and offsets of white, and then just color the whole sprite. And then layer clothing on top. That might be kind of going overkill, though. Let's get some, let's see. So here's the problem. We get into a problem of combinatorics right now. For each person, I create a strip. Okay, so say I had only this single strip right now. That's fine. If I want to make a new shirt, I make a new shirt that matches that single strip. And if I want to add things like hair, I make one hair that matches the entire strip. Now, the moment we start adding things like multiple strips, like this row here, now I have to make multiples of everything. And so instead of just a new strip across, we also have to do more combinations of everything. I need more new shirts that fit. I need more new everything. So yeah, I kind of like what Haxel96 is suggesting. That's kind of what I had in mind. Do it programmatically. Pick a main skin tone color and a dark skin tone color, like I just did for these 2 parts of the skin and for the hands. And then I could do something like pick a pants color and a shirt color, generate a texture, and then apply that texture to somebody. Because as it is right now, it's taking me not a lot of work to generate this, like, you know, okay, a new skin color is not hard, but it also adds a lot to the combinations of other things. Now, here's the thing. I've never done texture manipulation before, so this would be new. Not the end of the world, but new. Single files for each skin, so the problem still exists that I then have to keep opening different files to do all this. And the problem is not that the number of files is getting too large or that the single file is getting too large. The problem is the sheer number of combinations becomes just too much, right? I'm one person. There are 2 of us working on this team. Even if I got a dedicated artist to work on this the entire time, I'm generating a lot of dead work for that artist, and God forbid I ask that artist to change anything. The artist would probably look at me and start brandishing knives, and that's not what I really want to do. So, what I think I'm going to do, let's see here. I'm going to undo all this work I just did. I'm going to set this all the way back to my original open image. Because as nice as it was to have that, I think I'm going to go a step further. Let's see here, human. And yeah, all the images are TGA because that's what the engine makes use of. As a lossless compression algorithm, TGA is not bad. Granted, it's not the best either. I would kind of I'd kind of be happier if let's see, how do I put this? I'll think on that for a little bit. I would be happier, I guess, if I could create a single texture and then just layer things on top of it to create the various combinations of people that I want. And Jalapenos Bud and Kazate, thanks guys for joining me. See you guys hopefully on the next stream. If you want to see the rest of this stream after you guys have left. I will be putting it up on my YouTube channel, so if you want to follow that, you will see them the moment they are uploaded. And, oh gosh, I have some dark blue names, unfortunately, on my chat window, which makes them hard to read. Hecatonicals. Hecatonicals? Anyway, Hecka. Yes, the tree felling problem has been solved. I solved it in about 45 minutes the moment I turned off the stream. I relaxed for all of 15 minutes and then came up with a stupidly simple solution that I was able to code in less than an hour. So yes, the tree felling has been completely fixed and is much, much better. Alright, so let's make these people naked. Or as close to naked as we can for sprites, right? Pop. And we're gonna take this dude on the end and shift him one more. So this is gonna be what I'm gonna call a skin base. So I'm gonna have the skin sheet, and we'll start there. Let's see here. So we're gonna have the skin sheet, and then we're gonna layer on everything else that we want on top, I think is the way we're gonna do this. So, for example, right now they have hair split out into its own file. I love it. I want to also, let's split clothes out into its own file, because it honestly should be. Open it. Okay, so I'm now going to select globally all of this color, and this color. Ta-da! And I'm just going to keep clothes as their own sheet for now.
I don't understand what's going on here.
No, you're not a PNG. Do TGA, please. And this is going to be our clothes sheet. Alright, we'll start with 2. We'll add more stuff as we go. We'll make like facial hair, and then we can add normal hair, and then we can like do all the crazy combinations of people and see what it creates. It'll be especially funny once we add gender, because we can have mustaches on women. Why not? Anything is possible. Yes, the shirt and pants race, humans, it's all we're known for. Alright, so we've got these sheets. So I could split them up, but for now I'm going to keep them the same. Eventually I will go through and do the complete removal, but for now I don't care enough. Let's see, let's nuke these, because these are the things we don't need anymore. I should have deleted them from SVN as well, but we'll do that later. So we're going to import our new game textures, specifically the skin sheet. That actually sounds kind of gross, the skin sheet. It's just a sheet with skin slathered all over it. That gives me the heebie-jeebies. We want to clamp. We want to turn off all the filtering. Calculate. No, there's no normal map needed. There's no MIP maps. Nah. Yeah, let's leave it out. Bleed colors for alpha test. Nah. No, that looks good. Okay, cool. Oh, we have to. This isn't. Oddly enough, it's not 2D, it's a rectangle. 2D essentially assumes it's in a square, and that's not the case. Okay, that looks good. Image format. Yeah. RGBA colors. And we're going to do the same thing for our clothes sheet. Rectangle, transparency, clamp, clamp. No filtering, high resolution rendering, yes. Yes, remember the settings. Cool. There we go. So they're imported. Now here's the part where I start diving into an area I know nothing about. Let's see, where is... First off, where's the person? We're generating the people in the game world. For... You're not a human anymore, you now use the skin sheet. So just for kicks, just to show that the new texture works, I want to do a quick pass. Yeah! It's like Adam and Eve, but in a settlement. Okay, so now we have to figure out how the heck to layer textures on top of one another, which means a few things. We need what do we need? We need dump. Okay, well, the most basic thing, right? We need access to a texture somewhere. Let's see here. Windspeak asks, how hard is it to implement additional maps like Specular and Gloss? It's really freaking easy. The engine has Specular. It doesn't have a Gloss map. It has Specular, it has Glow, and it has Horizon maps, all as part of the engine. Alright. So yeah, it's really easy. Brogan asks, what game is this? This is an RTS survival game that I am making. I'm thinking something like Banished, where the world is trying to kill you, where there are mutants who attack your settlement, and where imperfect knowledge is one of the main factors of the game. So we'll see. Make people evolve. We'll see. Let's just strap some clothes back onto him so I don't have to turn the adult filter back on for this thing. Alright. We have to get access to that somewhere. So, I wonder if I can just layer them in the animated quad effect? That seems like a lot of work. Let's look at the inside of that class, though. No price. I haven't finished making it yet. We'll see when it's done. But I don't deal with marketing details until I'm far enough that the game is at least playable. In most cases, I don't really worry about that kind of stuff, making banners and any kind of marketing material, until the game is pretty much, like, at least gameplay complete, and I'm just adding more content to it. I don't actually know if Banished has gotten any updates. I mean, it's one guy working on it. I don't expect it to move too terribly quickly. Alright, so here's where we have our single texture. Just kind of looking at places where that texture is used. I'm actually going to turn on the music ever so slight. Can I even turn it down slightly? There we go. Ever so slight. We wanted, where was it? This quad texture name. Where is this used? So here's the loading stuff. Here you can see I'm setting up the billboarding and all the texture coordinates, and that's fine. We set the material as two-sided. I'm not sure that's necessary because it's always facing the camera. Kind of curious what happens if I turn this off. But whatever. No need to mess with things right now. Okay, here's our texture attribute, and we set our single texture. And we have a limited number of texture coordinates. So it's actually going to be worth our time not to simply slap one over the other, but instead merge them together and create a texture file that we need. Brogan, if you want to see what else I've made, my portfolio should be in a link below. It's thed20programmer.com. It is hopefully nerdy enough. You see my portfolio has all the other games I've made in it. Some of them, unfortunately, are only available for the Xbox 360, so you can see only trailers. But also, I've got a few JavaScript, like, prototype games I've built in there as well as my Global Game Jam games are in there. And, oh, one thing I should, I guess, announce, or not announce, but remind everyone, it's the 18th, I believe, next weekend? Yes, next weekend. Oh, Lord. Next weekend is the Global Game Jam. That's January 23rd through the 25th. I will be online probably for the better part of 48 or so hours. The moment I start programming, I'm going to turn on this stream, and I will either turn it off to sleep, or I will just put up a little "be right back" whenever I wake up sign. But that said, that's probably pretty much the only time I will stop streaming during the entire process. I won't be interacting with the stream quite so much. I won't be talking quite so much, because 48 hours is the limit to make a game. But just so you guys know, if you want to see a game get made in 48 hours, probably less because I will be sleeping, I like my sleep, then, you know, that's one way to see it. And you can follow me and you'll see when I go online for all that on the day of. And also, if you follow, you'll see when I go online any other time for when I go to make stuff. When I make my own game, don't sleep. Sleep deprivation is not kind to me specifically as well. I guess it's not kind to anyone. Okay, so I'm going to have to find a way to get access into the texture class itself. So I'm going to look for where, because I know the texture class should live here somewhere. Right? We can see, here's the set texture call, and it just takes a name actually. But we can use a texture pointer. Ah, okay, so that's what we care about. That's the big thing we care about, is being able to find a texture class. Where is it? You look close, but you're in the plugin code. So that's not what I want. I want something in the engine code. You look like you're what I'm hunting for. In fact, it looks like there might be documentation for this. Texture. Here we go. Okay, this looks simple enough. Basic image pointer with width and height and a get. What's in the texture header? I am curious what all the bits and pieces of this look like. Wrap mode, depth of the texture map. That's interesting. Okay, and these are all the things I was setting up when I was loading it in. That's actually not too bad. This looks like it should be something I can handle. At least something I can handle making on my own. I'll be curious how I can cache the results, maybe. I'm also trying to think of how much texture space that would take up. Because remember, we're taking this, where is it? We're taking this texture, which is, let's see, the skin sheet is 180 by 20. No. 180 by, dang it, calculator, stop it, 180 by 20. Okay, so it's 3600 pixels, 32 bits per pixel. So essentially every single one is going to take up this much space. So 112 kilobytes, that's not bad. That means, what, we get about 10 of these in a megabyte of space? So 10 different people will take up 1 meg of video memory. That's not bad, especially considering most video memory these days is in the gigs, and our game isn't going to be terribly useful, or it's not going to use a ton of texture memory in the graphics RAM. So we should be fine. Alright, so let's see. So we can generate one. It looks like out of... Is that public or is that private? That's private. Dang it. I want a public header of some kind. Are there any public constructors? I would like for there to be. Okay, here we go. Here's a get call that takes a header and an image pointer. That is fantastic. That is exactly what I need. And C4 API means it's exported, so I can use it in the game. Good, yes. That is exactly what I need. Update rectangle, deactivate all, reload. Okay, cool. So, what we're going to do... So I'm trying to think of where this functionality should live, right? This generator of textures isn't something... Let's see, where would I make it live? I could put it inside the data handler, although I'm not too thrilled with that idea. Putting it in the data handler, well, nice. Not exactly what we need. It's not exactly a geometry utility either. It might be a game utility. Is it, though? Is it really a game utility to be able to smash sprites together like this? This seems something very specific to villagers. I'm tempted to make just a new class altogether. A new file, a new everything. Man, a lot of files getting made, but that's how it goes, I guess. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that for now, and worst case, I can kind of mash it. Oh, I will be drinking during the long stream, don't worry. The game jam at night, so I don't drink during the day. It's 1:21 p.m. I should probably have lunch at some point soon, but I don't actually drink during the day. I only drink at night, so you guys will see me drinking and coding at the same time, and that's when things will get a little more interesting. So we're going to generate 2 new files, and we're going to call it... I kind of want to have a long name, but I kind of don't. Just a texture generator. A villager texture generator. That's a really long name. Like a really, really long name. You know what? It's not just going to be villagers. We're going to use it for all our NPCs. NPC texture generator. Is that a good name? Yeah, I think it is. I hope it is. Alright. Game. Well, careful what ditch you lay in. Just don't get hit or killed or anything. I'd love for you people to be able to come back, watch more game development, enjoy the making of video games as much as you can. Alright, so I copied and pasted a header file and a CPP file. So I need just to nuke these, pretty much. I need to just empty the whole thing out. We are going to want a class that is our texture generator. But we don't know what's going to be in it quite yet. So we don't know what's going to be like public and private and all that stuff. We will want a constructor of some kind. I don't even know if I want anything though beyond a default constructor. Ah, yes, Sweden. Nice, lovely, safe place that it is. And I say that without any hint of sarcasm, because it's true. Sweden is very safe. I've had multiple friends who have visited Sweden and have had nothing but good things to say. Ah, why thank you, Zores. I think I said your name right. Thanks for watching. I'm glad you enjoy. Just kind of in the middle of making a game and doing the best I can. We'll see how it goes. So we've got our texture generator, and I need to get this file in line. This is NPC texture generator. There we go. So right now we're kind of mashing together all the people textures, from the skin to the clothes to the hair to the eventually probably even weapons and things. We'll have to figure out how to put a weapon in somebody's hand so they can hit things, or a gun so that they can shoot stuff. That's eventually though. Not right now. So we have our texture generator class, And we need it to do what? We want it to be able to mash together textures. So how do we do that? So I'm going to have an array of textures, of texture pointers. There we go. And what it's going to do, let's see. We need a basic width and height sitting around in here too. And what we're essentially going to do, yeah, the game is run, well, not at this exact point. You got to give me a moment and I'll run it again. But, let's see here, C4 array, and where was the texture? Oh, it was in C4 textures. Cool. There we go. So we've got our texture array, and what we're going to have to do is double check that all of our textures are the same width and height. Otherwise, when we try and overlay one onto the other, it's not going to work out. So we need to ensure that they're all the same size. Yeah, Falconarb says you should consider putting the public part of the class before the private section, since the public part is what really matters in the end. You are very correct. Unfortunately, the style of the engine and the style my partner uses matches this current, where the private goes first and the public goes after. And that's kind of what I've grown up getting used to. Eventually, I will swap it over, but for the sake of this exact project, I'm probably going to end up keeping things as is, if only because having the style be consistent is, in my opinion, more important than having the public and private swapped like that. I would love to swap them. I'm just kind of worried about all the details that would kind of stylistically need to change to also match that. So for now, I'm just going to kind of leave as is, unfortunately. So let's see. Not in the game tools, in the game world, when we make somebody, we are going to create an NPC texture generator. I'm going to call it TextGen because I like shortening the names of things to be incomprehensibly or incomprehensible. Also, okay, never mind. There we go. There's my texture generator, and here it is again. So now we need to assemble what essentially becomes our I just realized this texture array should not be public, but private instead. What we need to do is assemble our textures in the array in the order we want to slap them into place, so that when you're done setting all the textures up, we can simply go from one to the next and mash them forwards in an order that matters to us. Let's see here. Zorez asks, how much time does a game like this take to develop to an alpha state? So, I'm making a fairly large game in scope. I expect this to take a couple more months, bare minimum, before I get to a state I would even consider playable. Now, I'm a game designer and developer, so I'm very picky about what I call playable. You have to keep that in mind. I will say something is not playable even though it looks like a lot of fun to toy around with, because it will be a toy and not a game, and because I'm very picky about the work that I let other people make use of that I am still in the middle of working on. There will come a point where I will call the game alpha, and I will do a few things. I'll probably put a copy of it up on Steam for early access to see if I can do that. The other thing I will do is I will jump onto probably some kind of subscription system for my stream, so that anyone who subscribes, anyone can watch me make the game, and it doesn't really matter. But if you subscribe, you'll be able to download the latest version of the game as they become available. Essentially what a lot of game developers will call the nightly build system. That will be made available to anyone, and from there, you can play with the newest thing then. But first things first, I want to get a game out, and I want to get something that I find fun. Because that's the hard part. Making something you consider fun is really, really difficult at times. So we don't want to just blindly add things to our texture array. First thing we want to do actually is test. Let's see here. Can I access get texture? Yeah, I can. So first thing, we're going to say if the texture array, if it's empty, we don't have this. The first one we put down is going to end up being our kind of our base texture that everyone is based on. So we're going to say the width is the texture width, and I should make these int 32s because that's what the engine is giving us. We want to make sure we match the engine here. And floating point numbers don't make sense for something like a texture width, because a texture is defined in a number of pixels. You cannot have a fraction of a pixel, at least not in terms of a saved texture. So, there we go. So, if the count is 0, great. We'll just add it on, and we'll set we set the width and height variables so that we can later come back and make sure that everything matches. So if you're not the first texture to come back, what we're going to do is we're going to say if the texture's width is not equal to the set width, or the texture if the height is not equal to the given height, now we've got a problem. And this is a problem that I don't really know how to resolve, at least not on the fly. So what I'm going to do, let's see, NPC texture generator add texture, attempting to add let's see, incorrectly sized, attempting to add incorrectly sized texture. And we're going to report that as an error. So that will show up in our log if something goes wrong. And we're not going to add it to the list of things that gets tacked in. Marco, unfortunately, I kind of like the Windows style in the dark style. I don't know if it's messing with your stream. I hope you guys can see what I'm actually coding. It looks, it does look alright. I wonder if it cleans up at all if I move it to light. Let's try it, just for kicks. Oh, I saw the color thing there at top. Light. Does that make it, oof, gosh, that is blaring for my own eyes. And I tend to keep it on dark simply because it's a bit much for me to handle when it comes to, let's see. Yeah, it doesn't really make the stream, in fact, it makes the stream a little harder to read in my opinion. I could do something like that, but I don't know if that does anything in terms of readability either. Eesh. I might have to try and turn up my bitrate, see if I can get a better stream quality out to you guys, so that something, okay, that makes it a little more readable to bring up the size like that. Unfortunately, yeah, just for the sake of my eyes, I like leaving it at dark. And maybe that will help with stream quality a little bit as well. Yeah, dark just kind of, it's a bit much. For a while I actually used to have, actually they're at work still, I had a pair of gunners that I would wear, and those were somewhat helpful in terms of, okay, let's leave it on this for a while and kind of see how it goes. Let's see. Standard size is, I think, this or this. So let's leave it up one size, just to make it a little more readable for you folks. as some might say for you folks at home. Alright. Add texture. Cool. Now, generate final texture. So at the end of it all, I'm going to do a clear as part of the cleanup. Yeah, I'm going to do a cleanup. Texture header. In fact, you'll see a neat trick done by a lot of programmers. When they use the default constructor, you just don't even put the open and close parentheses there. You can just say, it's a new one of these, and it will find the default constructor and use it for you. Kind of cool. Holy heck, there's a lot of data in here. And we have to, I think, set all of it. Let's really quickly double check. So there's somewhere in here. If the command, okay, here's our texture importer. Process command line. Okay. Yeah, look at this. It sets the entire thing up. That's pretty hardcore. Alright, that's fine. That is fine. We just have to set everything the same way. So the alpha semantic is semantic. Let's see here. It was transparency. QRST. Transparency. I really hope I'm setting this up correctly. Let's just make sure this is in. Yeah, that looks correct. Cool. What else do we have to set in this header? Data offsets and data size. I really hope I don't have to set that kind of stuff. I hope I can just set like the minimal stuff and get away with it. Okay, there's the type. Setting color. I shouldn't need to set any kind of color semantic. Although, actually, no. Color semantic, yes. Color semantic is important. Okay, colors, no. Okay, texture, color, nope. One of these is, looks like it's a type. Okay, that was a lot of stuff that uses RGBA. But here's what I need. At least that's what I think I need. Let's double check. Texture format. I hope that's what it was looking for. Texture semantics. Alright. Header. What else do we got? Color semantics. Image depth. 2D textures. Image depth is 1. Image format. Oh crap. Okay, so this is. Oh gosh. I gotta make sure this is correct now. Alright. I think Jet Set Radio just ran out of music too. Yeah, it did. Or it's about to. It's cute that it keeps playing right up until the very last second, though. Some FTL, maybe? Alright, Alright. We gotta make sure this is all correct. I'm really frightened about the color semantic usage and other things. Okay. Looks like that's what we're going with. I'm kind of looking at other things and how they're using it. Oh, okay, never mind. So what we really want to find here, this texture importer here should have what we need. We want to make sure that we follow what the texture importer sets. So here is what looks like all of its defaults. So let's just use the defaults and then modify them to our needs. So, yeah. So, color semantic. Okay, we'll start with texture type and flags. Sure. And this should be header arrow, because we're using a pointer where they were not. Okay, texture 2D, color semantic, alpha semantic. Okay, well, that's one place where we already differentiate. We want the alpha semantic to be that. And once again, header arrow, although I seem to have missed the whole arrow part. Arrow. Header arrow. Alright, cool. There's our color and alpha semantic. And I'm just going to nuke all the work I was at. Dang it. I accidentally hit Control V or Control C instead of Control V, and it just copied all the existing stuff. Let's stop that. There we go. And we know that the width of this image and the height of this image, because we already know what all the others match up to. And you're complaining. Let's see here. C4 engine.h. Okay. I just saw it complaining beforehand that it didn't know what the C4 engine, the engine pointer was. So that should do that. Let's see here. The wrap mode we want to be what is the wrap mode? Is a texture wrap. Oh, okay. For int I equals 0, I is less than. Actually, why not? 3 plus plus I. Header wrap mode I equals. And we actually don't want repeat. We actually want to clamp. K texture clamp. There we go. So what else do we got? The wrap mode is all set. Texture flags. We don't want to import mip maps. In fact, let's see. Is there a way to set flags in here? I assume there is. Because this flag has to go somewhere. And we want to make sure that they're all off every single time. The question is, where do they set those flags? Where, oh where, have my little flags gone? Let's see, is there anything else obvious we're missing as well while we're looking through here? Mip map count, that's kind of obvious, right? We're not creating mip maps. Well, let's see, we were down at M. Texture flags, texture type is already set, and the wrap mode. So we just need this texture flags, and then we'll be done. And I'm going to set them to 0, although I'm sure there might be something I want here. Texture flags. I assume that's these import flags. Is there anything I care about from here? No, there's absolutely nothing I care about. Fantastic. At least nothing I see from the import flags. mean, that's where it looks like it's storing all this cool stuff. And by cool stuff, I mean stuff I don't need. Oh my gosh. So much data in here. Granted, texture importing is a very, very difficult thing to do. And so I don't doubt that the engine having a shit ton of stuff in here it's doing the best it can. Is there playable content at the moment? Kinda. I mean, you can see the game world, right? And people walk around and do things in the game world, and you can set up construction nodes, and you can set up farms, and even though they don't do anything, you can set up generators with, you know, attached power lines, and that kind of thing. I mean, this all exists, but I wouldn't call this like a game right now. There's no real game features to it. This is kind of the most there is. It's not a ton. Needs more. Did you ever solve that move problem? Move problem. I guess I don't understand what move problem you were talking about. I've unfortunately had a number of move problems. I did clean them up eventually, but there's still a couple outstanding little issues. But yeah. This is kind of what I got. This is what I'm adding to. I'm trying to make the people not naked right now. Because not naked people is kind of a good thing to have. Oh, excuse me, gotta keep stretching. Been sitting in this chair for hours now. I think since sometime like 10 or maybe 11-ish this morning. I definitely have been here for more than a few hours. Anyway, let's make them not naked, right? That is the plan. Why are the people so bright? They're naked. They had clothes and I removed them. And now we're putting the clothes back on, but we're doing it in a really cool way. Hopefully. Hopefully. The plan is to make people of color, because that's why. And because the people don't, it's not that they only have transparent clothes on, they just don't have clothes at all. There's no texture squishing going on yet. So okay, we have our texture. And we need to pass in a texture header. And this is where it gets interesting. This image pointer. This is where we need to, that's actually a last step. Where we return the texture at the very end, right after cleanup. Great, but so we need our image data here. And our image data, why are you complaining? Texture header. Oh, I just called it header. Derp. So we need a void pointer. Actually, that's not void. Let's see, how do we do this? How could I do this? So I could do characters, right? And each character is 8 bytes, and that character would be a single color. So we would have a 4-character slot, which would be your red, green, blue, alpha. Or we could do it in integer chunks. We would say, I want X integers, 32-bit integers, and then we would dissect that integer into its 4 pieces that we want access to. Let's see if anybody has done this on the forums real quick. So the engine that I'm using has a set of forums. I'm just going to do a quick check to make sure that nobody else has kind of tried to do something similar. Procedural terrain? No. We want procedural textures. That is the difficult part. Terrain-aware shader process. Procedural noise? No. cube texture or 3D texture? Getting there. Closer. But I'm not really seeing anything on their forums. That's unfortunate. I was kind of hoping I'd be able to come across somebody who's just like, yeah, I've done it, and here's how I did it. But it does not look like that is the case. Oh, here we go. Procedural textures in the engine. Bring this across. If somebody's interested, check it out. Oh, okay. This is somebody who's not saying I use them. It would be cool if. It's more likely you'll generate a traditional texture map set using the procedural code than trying to generate the procedural texture in the pixel. Yeah, people talking about things I don't care about. And that's fine. So it's essentially, it was an entire conversation based around the idea of if you create your textures procedurally, yes, it takes CPU time, but it would save you on memory. Or not memory, I should say, hard drive space. But nobody really cares about hard drive space anymore. I mean, Shadow of Mordor was, what, a 32 gigabyte game? World of Warcraft is now up in the, like, 50 or 60 megabyte range, right? Hard drive space is not a premium anymore. Nobody cares about it. Oh, I see. Okay, I see what you're saying, Born to Snipe. Why are the people just so bright in general? They're just white. All there is to it. And honestly, I should just make them very literally white with an offset color. What's the longest class I've written in this game? Ooh. Let's see. The Game World class is pretty frickin' huge. Like, really frickin' huge, actually. If you look at it, like, this all lives inside one class. It's about, let's see, 290, so that's almost 300 lines long. What about, oh, here's a 375 line file. The AI might be pretty long, but that's not a single class. Yeah, it's 400 lines, but it's not one class. That's 400 lines split between a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I don't have any particularly large files. Like, most of these aren't... Yeah, this one's going to be tiny. That's almost 200 lines. Yeah. I mean, it's just kind of the longest class doesn't really mean a ton. Image data is undeclared. Yeah. Let's see here. So I need to not void pointer. Let's go with int32. And we'll call this image data. And this is going to be a pointer. And it's new int32. And let's see, we want it's the width times the height. Most obvious way to put together image data. And then we dump it into a texture, and we should be able to delete it afterwards as well. I don't know. We'll see how that holds up. How that logic ever holds up. But it might. It should. Cannot access private member. Oh, is this a... I thought this was a public, though. Constant. Let's look at the texture class again. A constant header and a void pointer image. I thought there was one that was... Oh, it's the get function. My bad. Not new. C4 texture get. There we go with our header and our image data. Ta-da. Let's see here. I got some more questions. Can we have a scheduled time when you'll be streaming? So I usually stream, and I say usually because I haven't nailed down my schedule yet, but I'm trying to as fast as I can. Wednesdays, or I should say Wednesday evenings, Pacific Standard Time, I stream. And Sunday mornings, I stream. So right now for me is a Sunday morning, and I keep saying this is, Pacific Standard Time. So right now it's about 2 o'clock. I'm probably only going to go for another hour or so at most. I kind of want to get this feature finished and then call it a day. So yeah, we'll see how much longer this takes. But yeah, that's kind of my schedule for streaming. And I'm sorry guys, I haven't had kind of anything terribly set yet. I do have a bunch of other streams when it's like, oh, I've got an hour here and an hour there, and so I'll stream for them. And if you miss one of those, you'll see my YouTube channel has all my previous streams on it. I've actually got a playlist of just all of my stuff from this stream specifically on there. Banio asks, have you written any of the enemy AI code yet? So the AI code, luckily, is pretty generic, and I think I can apply it to anything. So I want to try at some point creating a person who is an enemy and creating a combat system, and then from there it shouldn't be too terribly difficult to attach the same AI logics that run the villagers to the other things. Ost player, can I see a little bit of the game? I just joined. Give me a moment. I might be able to give this a twirl in a second. We'll see. Let's this to do make texture. There we go. Where does that header get deleted? That is a good point, Azenris. Gets deleted right there. Nice catch. I would have been leaking not much, but I think texture headers are pretty freaking huge still, like 128 bytes or bits. Sorry, not. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and say there's a little overhead, so 14, 32. It would have been like almost a kilobyte, maybe, each time I made one of these textures. You just saved me a little bit of headache, though. Thank you very much. So here's kind of the game. And right now you'll notice people are bright. Oh, also, to go all the way back to Born to Snipe's question, why are they so bright? The people aren't affected by the lighting system yet. I say yet because I want to implement that, but I haven't yet. Unlike most of the 3D geometry, which has lighting calculated for it, the 2D sprites don't. And so what I need to do, actually, is go in and do a little bit of tweaking to make them react to the light as well. Because right now they don't. And that's a problem. I need to write essentially a shader that does that for them. Alright, so yeah, that's kind of the game I have. Or at least, I haven't actually shown off the game. So this is what exists. You have naked people running around to trees. You can build up stuff. And you can set down farms and generators and power things with those generators eventually. I say eventually because you can't do it yet. I'm still very, very early stages of the game, but it's essentially, think of Banished or SimCity, but the game is very much trying to destroy your establishment. And so, while it might be all nice and cheery most of the time, having demons or mutants or whatever I decide to be the main enemy kind of come in and try and kick your butt, I think would be an interesting thing. So yeah, that's kind of what the game is made up of. It's kind of an RTS survival mix right now. And we'll see kind of how it ends up going. I want to do a big play on either incorrect or, I guess not incorrect, on incomplete information, where once somebody walks outside of your town, you can't actually see them anymore. So if you send somebody on a mission to go do something and they don't come back for a long time, you now have a moral dilemma of, do I send more people out to get and rescue the others? Do I send somebody out with a lot of my battery power and have them check in a lot so I can see where they are on the map? I want to have interesting ways that you interact with the people, essentially. 4 into I equals 0. I is less than. Wait. Let's just do this calculation once, right? Int 32 image size. Width times height. So there's a lot to the game, but it definitely. I think it's too early dark. I'm sorry, the Minecrafter, I don't actually understand your comment there. I think it is too early dark. That it gets dark too early? Probably. The game right now has a singular light source that orbits it, and when it hits one side, it teleports to the other. Eventually, I'd like to have two orbiting light sources that actually act like sun and moon. But for now, right now it's kind of, it works as it is, and I'm not really working on graphical features until I finish the actual gameplay of it all. So, so X is, let's see here. So we've created one giant array of int32 colors. What we need to do now, I wonder if I could just use a color RGB. And then say get, okay, there's the RGB color. Here's a hex string. That's not what I want though. I want an int32 with the data stored inside it. And that's kind of why I'm not. I wonder what this, okay, first off, I guess I need to figure out what this texture get actually does. So I need to find the definition for it. Oof, I need water too. I've been talking a lot. Ah, that's the stuff. Alright, here we go. Texture, name index, no. Header and image, there we go. So we gotta figure out what it's expecting when we say image. Excuse me, I'm gonna actually see if I can mute my mic while I sneeze. And now I don't have to sneeze. Welcome to my world. Alright, let's see here. So, the image pointer gets generated here. And we call new texture. Okay. Okay, we want this to say it's dynamic. Do we? Yeah, I think we do. I'm pretty sure we do, in fact. Although I'm not certain. Let's see. If the texture, if we find it, that's great. Okay, so if it's dynamic, it generates an entirely new one. We're going to see if we can go without that for now. But I'm going to make a note in the generator. Ooh, I just realized I'm writing all this code in a header. I need to stop that. Okay, texture flags. Yeah. Let's first move this data out of here. This is not where this belongs. Copy that, delete NPC texture generator, add texture. Oh wait, no, I just do that. There we go, NPC texture generator. Much better. And this one, you are not allowed like this either. So let's just do this, this, and that. That is much better. That is what a header file should look like. Much, much better. And now we need to say you are an NPC texture generator member. And that's fine. That's not const either. Okay. So we've got this, all this data. Have you ever used a cloud IDE like Cloud9? And if so, what do you think about them? I haven't actually used them. I haven't bothered to. In most cases, I'm either writing proprietary software, so I don't want to use a cloud-based system because the owners of the cloud always have access to whatever data lives in that cloud, regardless of encryption or whatever, because usually they also provide the encryption. So I don't tend to use too many cloud-based systems. So we need to fill this with good data. Need to do that. Let's see here. So, alright, back to what I was hunting for. We need to find what the texture is hunting for inside this image pointer, or in this image pointer, info image pointer. So it looks like new texture might be what I want to hunt for. And this would be texture header, okay. And here's the image pointer. And it looks like it takes... Does it take access to this image pointer, or does it just grab it? Because you'd think they'd do something more with it than just like, thank you, and hang on to it. But I guess if there isn't any get texture target... Yeah, I guess if there isn't really any... That's interesting. And does this get cleaned up somewhere? That's the other question. I mean, if it gets cleaned up, I'd be really happy, but it doesn't look like it is getting cleaned up. Kind of digging around in the engine right now, trying to figure out what goes where. That happens more often than I'd like to admit. Okay, well, we'll do one thing at a time here. I'm not actually going to delete the image data or the header for now, because I'm going to assume that the texture I hand it off to is going to take ownership of that data and give me a texture that is going to contain all that data. So eventually I have to delete this texture, but aside from that, I don't think I should have to do anything too special. And this color is useless, so let's nuke that. Alright, so we're finding our coordinates. So our coordinates are always going to be I modded by the width is going to be our x, and y is going to be I over width. And if that doesn't make a ton of sense, let me just talk for a moment about that. Modulus, remember, returns the whole number remainder of a division. So say I have whatever 5 mod 12 is. So you do 5 divided by 12 first. Okay, so 5 divided by 12 is 2 remainder 2. Modulus returns that remainder 2. So in this case, what we care about here is not what y we're on. We care about what part of the horizontal texture we're in. And for that, all we have to do is take the total index that we're currently on and do a modulus of the entire width, and it will return somewhere in this x row where we are. And y is even simpler, because y, we take the index and we divide it by the width, and that tells us how many rows we're in. So that's kind of how I'm getting this x and y set of coordinates here. And if you want to go backwards, if you have an x and y and you want to go to an I, then you have to instead go the other direction and say, okay, we're going to take I, and we're going to take x. Actually, first you start with y times the width, and then you say plus x. That's how you end up with I from x and y. It's kind of a, let's see here, I'll just do it like this. I equals y times width plus x, right? That's how you go backwards. So we've got our x and y. Image data I equals. So for now, let's just completely replicate. Actually, you know, let's put them all together at once. I don't freaking care. So what we have to do, and this is where things get a little crazy, we have to figure out how we get, let's see, we'd have to figure out how we get to the texture data inside of a texture. Let's see here. So how do I get to the inside of each of these textures? Because I have an array of them. So we're going to go through every texture. And right now we're starting, let's see. So right now we're appending them to the end. I think I should be inserting these, not appending. Because if I append them to the end, the base ends up as 0, and then everybody who goes in goes downwards. And you'd think that makes sense until you notice that you care about the 0th one first. The one that is on top is the one we want to check first for whether or not its texture data at that point has a non-transparent pixel. So actually, okay, so that's why I swapped it to insert at 0, because now we're going the other way. Our 0th element is always the topmost, and we're always inserting above the rest of the list. So that's fine. So we're going to grab the texture array, allocate storage, woohoo, I almost knocked a clipboard off my table. Construct, deconstruct, get. Wonder what this get. Okay, that's the texture get. That's not what we care about. Image center, image format, image pointer. Ah, this might be something juicy. We'll keep that in mind. It has an image pointer. Is there anything else in here that might be a little more useful? Resource, height, width. Not really. I'm not seeing anything else too terribly interesting in here. Set image 2D. I'm finding interesting things, but I think that get image pointer is the most interesting thing I could find. Because what we can do is we can grab I and find out just what the heck that void pointer points at. And in fact, I'm going to go so far as to assume it's a color. And dereference it as such. Now this might break a whole lot of things. In fact, it's very, very likely to break a whole lot of things. Also, texture array is complaining. Why are you complaining? Expression must be a pointer to a complete object. Wait, a pointer to a complete object, but it is a complete object. I have, right, here's C4 array and C4 textures. It's bizarre that it doesn't like that. Very bizarre indeed. Expression must have a class type. But you know what your class type is. I wonder if it's complaining in IntelliSense because this isn't complete. So, first we're going to start out with our obvious. 0, right? We're going to start with a completely transparent pixel. And what's going to happen is we're going to say if, we should grab the color first, and we say if the color is not equal to transparent. In fact, I probably should be only checking if the alpha is transparent, but we can dig through that later. We say if the color is not equal to 0, break. And this should not be an int32 there. We should be doing a conversion there. Okay. Must be a pointer to a complete object type. And this is a void pointer. Okay. How about that? Can you complain about this? Yes, because you are not constant like this. Okay, expression must be a pointer to a complete, oh, okay. We need to say static const int 32 pointer. That is what we need to do to make this happy. I was wondering why, and now I know. There we go. Now once again, as I said, this is a blind cast. We are going from void pointer to a constant int32 pointer. I'm not sure if we're right. In fact, I'm pretty certain we're wrong. So this might break a lot of stuff, but I need to be able to see inside the system before I can actually do anything to it. I definition from the for loop is ignored. Oh, crud. We'll say for ij. Because texture array j, texture data I. There we go. Whoops, I forgot to differentiate those two. Yeah, you can't actually use iterators with the same name. I've been oh gosh, there's a lot of stuff. Integers always cut off excess, right? So 8/3 would return x equals 2. Yes, that is correct. You divide two integers by each other and you get an integer, which it always cuts off the excess on the end, which is nice if you want something like what we have. So Haxel, in the case of this y, we get only the y row of what's left over, which is actually what we want. That's perfect. It usually gets rounded down. Or not rounded, actually. It just cuts it off every single time. So 2.999 becomes 2. We don't really even worry about anything else when it comes to integer division. And yeah, Zuka Toku, you got it right. I accidentally had, whoops, 2 iterators of the same name. Y is initialized but not referenced. Yeah, it's because as it turns out, we don't need x and y. I was just trying to get fancy schmancy. So essentially what I'm hoping to do, and we'll see if it ends up working, but what I'm hoping is going to happen here is that I'm going to hop into the game world, and whenever I create somebody, I have my NPC texture generator right here. We're going to grab the following. We're going to add the first texture is going to be let's see here, C4 texture get texture / skin sheet, and this will be just the skin, and that's it, nothing more. And what we're going to be able to do is then we're going to keep layering on top of it whatever the topmost texture layer is. So this should make us nice and easy to kind of see what we're doing. It'll let us see what is on top of everything else, so we can create a bunch of t-shirts, and we can create horns for people who have done evil things, and we can do all kinds of cool stuff and kind of layer them all on top of each other until it looks like what we want. So we're going to add first the skin sheet, and then after our skin sheet, what did I call it? The clothes sheet, I think? Let's double check. Game texture clothes sheet. Yes, clothes sheet. And I call them sheets because they are technically texture sprite sheets. So I use the name sheet just to kind of denote what they are a little bit better. And this is the part that's probably going to break everything. Calling this final texture. Now for now, I'm not actually even going to use this final texture. In fact, I'm going to go so far as to even release it immediately, because I don't trust the system to do this quite correctly yet. And also, my animated quad effect takes in a character pointer for its texture, and I need to swap that over to just simply a texture pointer. I just want to make sure this NPC texture generator works first, and then I'll get into kind of the ugly details of how I expect this to work. So okay, we set this, and inside, oops, that's engine code, I don't care about that. Okay, so the array is 0, so the width is 180, the height is 20, fantastic. And here is our first one inserted into the array. We insert the other one, and now we generate our final array. One thing I've already noticed is wrong. Okay, texture rectangle. Whoops. So because our texture, even though the texture said it was 2D, because the texture is actually not a perfect box, we need to mark it as a rectangle. Otherwise, we're gonna kind of break how, not break, but like, we're gonna mess with our texture coordinates in a bad way. Let's see here. Why'd you decide to use C++? Because the engine I'm making is, or not engine I'm making, the engine I'm using is also programmed in C++ and requires you to be able to program in C++ to use it effectively. Now that also asks, why did I use this engine? I use the engine because this is a great engine that has good GUI support. I wanted a good user interface setup. And so at that point, it was kind of a decision of what engine to go for. And I like C4 because I'm familiar with it, or somewhat familiar with it at least. And also, I've managed to find that it has a pretty good user interface system that I like quite a bit. Okay, so this texture array, or this texture in the texture array. Okay, let's see what it's got. So first off, it looks like, here's the image format. Oh, and floating texture data. Ooh, shiny. Although it looks like a bunch of bad data, bizarrely enough. Let's see here. Image format, yeah, floating texture data, and then integer texture data. Interesting. I just wanted the image pointer. And it looks like the image pointer it gave me is a null pointer, which is not good, obviously. Yeah, for me, C++ is something I'm used to. It's what I work with at work, so I don't have to do mental gear changing when I get home to work on this. It's a good language for game development. It's got nice, good performance. It's got pretty darn good. The engine has the memory management, so I don't have to do that as much. I have to be careful, but not so overly careful. Granted, C# would still be easier in that effect, but it's also just kind of what I'm used to at this point, so that's kind of what I went with. I just want to use something so I can make a game, not use something so I can learn something new. Yeah, Anthony Smith. Real programmers use ones and zeros. Yeah, there's an XKCD comic about that one. Have I used Unity before? Yes. I use it a lot for game prototypes and smaller games, but not really for the bigger stuff, because this game I hope to be really big. But that requires me, of course, to... And this is going to crash now, because null pointer, dereferencing, crash, right? That's how it always works. C4 is somewhat cross-platform. Yes. It's nice in that... it's nice in that there are builds for other platforms. I just have to get to the other platforms to build it. Unlike Unity, I can't just like build a Mac game on a non-Mac. I actually don't know if you can do that in Unity either. Do I think C++ is the best language for programming games? It is a language for programming games. I think there's a lot of good languages for programming games. Think of every language like a tool. It really depends on the game you want to make, the size and scope of it, and also the kind of features you need. I used to use C# a lot. C# and XNA were my kind of favorites for a long time when it came to stuff like pretty much any 2D game, right? I thought it was amazing. So, I mean, do I think it's the best? Maybe. But I'm not really sure. I'm not going to call it a best, because there is no best. It's like a hammer and nail situation, right? If it is the best tool, go for it. If not, What's the best game I've made? maybe this one so far. Best game I've made. Sadly, it's probably the first game I made too. I made a game in university that I friggin' loved. I actually ended up selling it on Xbox 360 for a while. I don't know if it's probably still available, but I haven't seen a check from it in so long. But yeah, it's called The Factory. You can see it on my portfolio website, and I'm getting distracted. I need to get back to doing some work here. So this image pointer is coming back null. Not good. We need to figure out why and proceed to fix it. So the question is, what is up with this texture? I guess. So its float data looks like garbage, right? There's a bunch of not a numbers and a bunch of zeros, and that doesn't look good. There's a shared pointer to some stuff. Texture object has the target names and the texture identifier, but I don't really care so much about that. I want to be able to get to the innards of this. Hey, somebody found my game. Yeah, wow, okay, so you can still download and buy it and play it and such. I'm not sure it's worth $3 anymore. I'd be tempted to drop it to $1. I just don't know how to do that anymore. I haven't even accessed any of that in so long. Man. That is my game. That is indeed my game. Be right back, guys. I don't know if you can hear it, but my stomach is making noise, and I'm going to grab something to fix that temporarily until I can fix this bug. Maybe Girl Scout cookies. Maybe. Hi, puppy. Oh man, I just Mini-Man, you grabbed a Pop-Tart. Well, guess what? So did I. I just dumped 2 of them in the toaster. Yes, they were some very determined steps because I am very hungry right now. So something with this texture array. I need to figure out what's going on with it because obviously it's something here is not quite right. Question is what? Let's see. I'm gonna pull up the forums for a second and dunk it over here on the side and see if anyone color data or no texture color data, something like that. We'll see if I can't find anything on the forums about accessing the innards of a texture. How to make terrain, programmatic texture creation. Oh, a person after my own heart. However, I can't seem to find a definition of what the pixel... Okay, you know what? That's annoying to scroll back and forth. Let's put it up here. Let's see. The Minecrafter, I am currently in California. It is 2:28 p.m. It is nice and bright. I actually probably... Do I need this light? I kind of do. I'm sitting in a dark corner of a room. Whatever. I'll leave it on. There we go. More light. Let everybody see me that much better. Alright, this thread, it's worth looking into any case where you assemble textures in memory. Oh, I heard the texture, the Pop-Tart pop, right. I did mention I was hungry, right? See? Pop-Tarts. Yeah, I was kind of hoping it would be just an array of raw data or something. Oh, Lordy. I made some changes to the article, in particular, the force high quality flag. Texture object returned by get is a shared object. You own a reference to it. Texture is guaranteed to continue to exist until you call release. For the texture object you get back. Great. Okay, we've got a couple. Holy heck, we've got a couple more articles here that might be helpful. Also, I'm gonna eat while I read. I love me a good Pop-Tart. I really, really do. Okay, here's a good thing to know. If you create a texture in memory, the header and image data need to exist for as long as the texture does. Really good thing to know. Really, really good thing to know. Okay, so this person is using an unsigned 32-bit int, and I realize I should probably be doing the same. So that's one thing we'll fix right now. Although it doesn't look like an unsigned int 32 exists. That'd be unfortunate. You have to use the long name. Okay. I can use long names. That's fine. Long names are fine with me. So we need to do this. Okay. Better. Getting there. Heck yeah, I'm a pro. Alright, so what else? So it looks like this unsigned int 32 should be enough. Reading. Creating a texture in memory. Assembling it. Final thoughts and cleanup. Okay, so I kind of understand what some of these are trying to talk about. The problem is, those tell me how to fill in they're trying to tell me how to fill in a new texture. I want to get to old texture data. I essentially want to try and read in out of a texture. The problem is I'm not finding anything on the topic, which is unfortunate. So let's see. Fire effect, texture set, and materials. There's got to be something. You'd think somebody would have done something like this. Yeah, FTL sounds are what I'm currently listening to for kind of background grooving music. Because there's something here that I need to find, and it's relaxing. Texture usage, that might have something good. Oh my gosh. Okay, so unfortunately I'm not finding anything. And I just read in a few places that the engine doesn't support render to texture, which is problematic. So there's a few things I could do at this point. One would be read in the texture data myself, not from the engine, but from my own read. That's always a little iffy. It's possible, but iffy. Read image buffer. Ooh, hello. This might be what I'm looking for. Okay. Do. This might be what I want. I may have found it what I like. Let's put the earphones back in so I can hear the FTL music. Alright, so we'll check out this function. This read image buffer seems like it could be good. In fact, I'm going to go so far as to even... Nope, not what I meant to do. API. Look it up. Of course I can't find it. Okay. Can I find it in here? There it is. Hello, beautiful. And that is, wow, that is a really, really low level function. I've actually never done anything in this engine that has asked me to, wow, that has asked me to use an OpenGL object. This is frightening, but cool. All right, let's do this then. We're kind of looking at other uses. So this is where it takes the screenshot. And you can see it reads in the image buffer and then proceeds to pump that out to a TGA. The texture generator, of course, also uses this. Why am I not surprised in the slightest? Did it find 666 results? Oh my gosh. The first time it must have. Total file search. Yeah. Okay, so this is what I need. Something like this. Now, read image buffer, but it's not telling me where that image is coming from. What is it doing inside here? That's my question. GL read pixels, and then it passes it out to that image data. So it looks like it's actually pulling out of the actual screen buffer. I'm not sure that's what I want. Image, let's see here. So for the screenshot manager, that makes sense, right? You pull from the screen and you want what's on the screen and you dump it into... Ah, this is how he does it. That's cute. So if you look at this, you can see he updates the current world, he begins rendering, he renders, he ends rendering, and then proceeds to read the image buffer out. I'm not sure that's exactly available for me. Because as nice as it is, I mean, Ah, man. I really, really wish I didn't have to render it. I wish I could just look inside of the darn thing. Okay, let's try looking somewhere else, because this functionality has to exist in the engine. There are so many ways to pull data out of something that there really, really ought to be a way for me to be able to do this. Or maybe there might be a better way to do this, would be to pull from the actual resource itself. So it's called a texture resource. If we can figure out how it loads the texture resource in, then we might be able to get away with it that way. So I'm looking up things like the TGA file format. I'm kind of curious what that looks like. Oh, but we're not using TGA file format at the end version of this game, are we? Oof. Okay, fine. There's something in here. I have to find it. I have to figure out what it is. So there's this resource setting I might be able to pull from. Man, it's just this one last step. It's the only thing that's really keeping me from doing what I want to be doing with it. Get image pointer. Allocate storage. Bind. I assume that binds the texture to an OpenGL part. Blitting the image is essentially putting the image onto the screen. Detach, get alpha, get image center, format, pointer. This image pointer should be able to do it. I wonder... Okay, let's look at this while we debug again, just to see if there's anything kind of standing out. Okay, so our texture data, we look at this 0 width element. And if we look at... Okay, it's got a texture type that is... So the one problem I can complain about with this engine is that when you use an identifier, such as this engine does, you can't see the identifiers in a good format. So for example, this texture type is a 4-bit type, or a 32-bit type that uses 4 characters to define it. And so it looks like this giant ugly number, and it really doesn't mean much. It's great to program with, but when it comes to debugging them, it actually makes life really difficult. But I'm going to scribble down this number real quick anyway, just to make sure that everything kind of matches. In fact, can I just rip this page off? Yeah, I can. There we go. Alright, so this 13802700932 is what I'm hunting for. And somewhere in the engine this exists. Also flags 2304, right? Okay, what else do we got? Texture width and height look correct. The texture depth is fine. There's one bitmap, because there aren't any bitmaps. Alpha semantic, image format. Okay, let's try that too. I want format. Would be nice to know. And that is 1380401.729. What else? The text. Okay, texture resource itself might be something that's helpful. Let's look at the actual innards of this, just for curiosity's sake more than anything else. So notice the resource data is null. Also, the dog just dropped the ball on my foot. That is incredibly adorable. You can probably hear the ball hitting the floor repeatedly. Dog, I will play with you in a moment. Oh, that is just heartbreaking. He wants to play so bad. Texture index, texture info. Like, the info doesn't have a valid image pointer. That's why I'm thinking that maybe this just isn't... Man. But it takes up space in memory. It's gotta have... It's gotta have the data floating in here somewhere. I'll play with you in a little bit, buddy. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, puppy dog. Okay. Let's see here. So this integer and float texture data look like they might be my only kind of remaining hopes. So I'm actually gonna, let's see, copy expression, copy value. Let's grab the expression. Alright, so we've got this stupidly long expression here. Oh Lord, I forgot about this too. If it's integer texture data, first off we'd want to go 4 at a time. And that's 0. 1440. That might actually be good. That might be what I'm hunting for. Alright guys, I have a dog who is in severe need of attention, and unfortunately I don't think I'm going to be able to finish this right here and now. What I'm probably going to do... Yeah, what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to sign off for now, and I'm going to thank you guys a ton for being here, joining me for this journey. Unfortunately, the people will remain naked at this time. Yeah, I've only got like 15 or so more minutes before I have to take off. So I'm going to take off in a minute. I'll answer any more questions, and I'm happy to show off kind of the game before I take off. But hopefully next time, when I sign on the stream, it will either be already done, or I will be kind of in the process of finishing it. For those who weren't here for the entire thing, it's going to be up on YouTube probably by end of day. We'll see. We'll see how lazy I am feeling, is really what I should be saying. But you know, thanks again, everybody. Next time we will put some clothes on these little people so that they can wander around with hopefully a little bit more. I almost said dignity, but that's not the right word. With a little more humility. So yeah. All right. I'll take your word for it, Haxel. I won't read much of what's above. I've been keeping up. You guys are crazy. Either way, so if you liked what I did, or if you like what I'm doing, I guess I should say, and you find that this is something you want to see more of, please feel free to hit the follow button, and you'd see that I do this fairly often. In fact, I'll probably be online soon again, finishing up this work, and I come online at bare minimum on Wednesdays and Sundays, and I try and do like a 1-hour stream here and there. Usually Tuesdays are good days for me, Thursdays as well. I kind of play those by ear though. So thanks again, everybody, for joining me. If you have any more questions, I'm happy to answer them before I take off. I will make a couple more marks here though, on this code, because what I need to do essentially is just jump onto the engine forums and see if there's a way to pull the right kind of data. Access texture data. But I will get to that after. Yep. As Minecraft Frame Gaming has it, there is my YouTube channel. You can actually see a lot of my previous streams on there as well. And I will continue to work on this and do my thing. And thanks again, guys, for joining me. It has been a blast. We've gotten plenty done. We have plenty more to do, of course, but a good number of fixes went in today. A little bit of math had to get done, but that's not the end of the world. And we also kind of started to upgrade our graphical system in terms of these little guys here. Eventually, they won't just be naked, but they'll have hair and mustaches and, you know, glorious pairs of pants and that kind of good stuff. But that's after I figure out how the heck I should be reading in these textures. Yeah, I'll figure that out later. Alright guys, thanks again for joining me. Hopefully I will catch you all next time, and we will finish this up. In the meantime, have a good rest of your day, and take care. Thanks again for joining me, and for those of you who followed, I really appreciate it. You'll hopefully see me online soon again as I tear apart more of these game bugs and adding more features to it. Otherwise, catch you later.